Chapter 16, 26. Lin Xian naturally followed the crowd here. He glanced around and found that there were many strange stones placed around him. Any one of them was far superior to the ones before, as expected of the seventh region. It's strong. Lin Xian was surprised. He only glanced around and found several of the stones contained treasures. However, he didn't act rashly. He knew that the other party must be a very powerful spirit master who knew some powerful spirit-seeking techniques that could interfere with his heavenly eye. As expected, other spirit masters in the crowd seemed to have found treasures and immediately bought a stone at a high price. However, when he cut it open, he found that it was empty. There were no treasures at all. Immediately, the spirit master who bought the stone spat out blood and fainted. The other spirit masters' expressions changed drastically as they looked at Tuoba Yulong in horror. They knew that Tuoba Yulong must have used a powerful spirit-seeking technique to hide the true appearance of these stones. That was why the spirit master had misjudged them. So strong! Tuoba Yulong is indeed an elder of the Tuoba family. His methods are extraordinary. This should be an illusion technique. With him here, the other spirit masters won't be able to find any treasures. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected, the other party's methods were powerful enough to interfere with other spirit masters. However, he had the heavenly eye and could see through everything. The other party couldn't interfere with him. While the crowd was discussing, Tuoba Yulong had already stepped forward to select a stone. Lin Xian also used his heavenly eye. His eyes flashed with strange runes as he looked forward. However, his expression changed in the next moment. This was because Tuoba Yulong's dragon head walking stick shook slightly, and the surrounding rocks flew towards Lin Xian. "What's going on?" Everyone exclaimed, not understanding what was going on. Lin Xian's expression darkened as he snorted inwardly. "Damn, old man, you dare to play tricks with me?" If he broke one of the stones that flew towards him, he would lose, because that would be equivalent to him cutting open a rock and not being able to cut it again. Therefore, he could not touch a single one of these stones. Although the other party's methods were strong, Lin Xian's methods were not weak either. With a cold snort, a bright light bloomed around his body. A green domain instantly appeared and covered all the stones. Moreover, they bounced back at an even faster speed. Not only that, Lin Xian did not damage these stones at all. Soon, the stones in the sky flew forward like shooting stars. He arrived before Tuoba Yulong in an instant. Not only that, but these stones also rapidly rotated, forming a strange formation, trapping Tuoba Yulong there. If you want to play tricks with me, I'll play with you." Lin Xian smirked, and the runes in his eyes shone even brighter. "Whoosh!" the surrounding people exclaimed. They had never seen such a method before. The Seeker Spirit Masters were even more shocked. All of them widened their eyes, unwilling to let go of any detail. Ahead, Tuoba Yulong's face sank. He didn't expect that the other party's method would be so powerful as to be able to break his spirit-seeking technique in an instant. Not only that, but the other party also backhanded him. Although the array formation around him wasn't of much use to him, it wasn't very effective. However, the other party's counterattack and forceful attitude made him very unhappy. As an elder of the Tuoba family and an extremely powerful seeker spirit master, he was very famous in the eastern wilderness. Now a brat actually dared to attack him. He couldn't accept it. With a cold snort, he waved the dragon-headed cane in his hand again. The cane emitted a strange energy. Instantly, the stones in the sky seemed to be controlled by this energy and returned to their original places meekly. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. However, the surrounding people were not calm. Lin Xian and Tuoba Yulong's methods were too shocking. They were in awe, seeing that the other party had easily broken free of the stone formation. Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. After a while, he stopped paying attention. Instead, he used his martial, Dao Heavenly eye to look at the surrounding stones. No matter what he did now, it would be futile. Only by ruthlessly defeating the other party in stone gambling could he extinguish the other party's arrogance. The martial Dao Heavenly eye was very mysterious. In Lin Xian's eyes, there were many mysterious runes. Soon after, Lin Xian's gaze swept across most of the strange stones. In the end, he fixed his eyes on one of them. That rock was only the size of a millstone. It was covered in moss. Furthermore, from its appearance, it resembled a lying tortoise from afar. This is it. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Countless runes flickered. He waved his hand and called the green tortoise stone to his side. It's the spirit tortoise divine stone. Seeing the stone Lin Xian chose, the crowd exclaimed, "This stone is one of the most expensive stones in the 7th district. The price is at least 5,000 caddies of substandard divine crystals." Even the eyes of the living fossils of the old people were shining. They were all excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. I had my eyes on this stone previously, but I couldn't bear to cut it open. This time, someone is finally going to cut it open. Yeah, this stone was transported here and has been here for more than a decade. No one has dared to touch it. I didn't expect this young man called Lin Xian to be so bold as to dare to touch this spirit tortoise divine stone. Many of the older generation were discussing while the surrounding martialists were shocked. They didn't expect this stone to have such an origin. Even the living fossils were interested in it. However, they didn't dare to act rashly because it was too valuable. The myriad Thunder Saint and the unfettered Saint frowned when they saw the stone that the other party had chosen. They didn't expect the Lin Xian to be so bold. The spirit tortoise divine stone was known as one of the most important stones. There was naturally a reason for it. Perhaps it really contained some unique treasure. Therefore, the two saints were a little worried. Tuoba Yi sneered and said, "You are overestimating yourself. How dare you choose the spirit tortoise divine stone? However, that requires 5,000 caddies of substandard divine crystals. Do you have that much money? If you can't take out the money and can't cut anything good, that would be a joke." Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was indeed a problem. Looking at Lin Xian, he didn't seem to be a disciple of a major sect. It wasn't certain if he could buy this spirit tortoise divine stone. "I don't have that many divine crystals." Lin Xian shrugged and admitted, "What? No." Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Chapter 16, 27. Humph! How dare you cut this divine stone without money? I think you don't know your limits. Tuoba Yi sneered. He knew that behind this event stood the shadows of the clan of the ancients and the unparalleled sacred grounds. Even the Tuoba family didn't dare to offend such powerful entities. Yet, this kid wanted to gain something without risking anything? How could there be such a good deal? Lin Xian sneered. "I don't have that many divine crystals, but that doesn't mean I can't cut this stone." Finishing his statement, he ignored Tuoba Yi and turned to speak to Fatty Luo. "Brother Luo, lend me some money." "No problem." Fatty Luo laughed, then took out the silver token. "I don't have that much money either, but you should be familiar with this token. Take it and ask my grandfather for it. I'm sure you'll be able to get it." Everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw the token. This command medallion had frightened many people. It was definitely a terrifying item. However, more people's mouths twitched. Asking the 10 great villains for money? Why did this sound so unreliable? However, an old fossil in the crowd said, "Sure, no problem. But you have to leave this token here first." "Okay." Fatty Luo shrugged indifferently, then gave the silver token to the old man who was like a living fossil. Everyone fell silent when they saw this. It seemed that the person behind this stone gambling event had allowed Lin Xian to cut the stone. Tuoba Yi sneered. They thought that Lin Xian would really be able to get the qualifications, which made him very unhappy. Then he sneered. "Let's see how you'll die this time." He didn't believe that Lin Xian could defeat his family's elder. While Lin Xian was dealing with this matter, on the other side, Tuoba Yulong had also chosen a strange stone. The stone he chose was even more peculiar. There were 5 holes on it that were connected. It was very mysterious. 5-hole divine stone. It was also one of the most precious strange stones in the 7th district. Its price even exceeded the one in Lin Xian's hand, reaching 6,000 caddies of divine crystals. However, unlike Lin Xian, Tuoba Yulong paid on the spot. As an elder of the Tuoba family, he could afford to take out 6,000 kilograms of substandard divine crystals. With a wave of his hand, he directly handed over enough demigods. Immediately, everyone became excited, because they knew that the real bet was coming. At this moment, Du Fei stood up excitedly. His whole body was agitated, and his eyes were shining brightly. Since the 2 of you have chosen your stones, shouldn't we talk about the stakes? Stone gambling. Naturally, one had to place a bet. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. As for Du Fei, as a gambling addict, he was even more excited. In such a grand occasion, the stakes that the 2 of them brought out would definitely be extraordinary. At this moment, the Myriad Thunder Saint said with a chuckle, "I saw Brother Lin's somewhat distressed appearance just now. Let Brother Lin make this bet. Lest we bet too high and Brother Lin can't afford it. How embarrassing would that be?" Although he was laughing, his voice was filled with endless mockery. The martialists on the Myriad Thunder Saints' side all laughed as they stared unkindly at Lin Xian. In their opinion, the other party simply wouldn't be able to take out anything good. "But this is too much." The dark red dragon god and Fatty Luo were furious, while Lin Xian's lips curled up as his heart burned a little. Since the other party had allowed him to raise the stakes, this was really good news. However, since the other party had gone too far, there was no need for him to hold back. This time, he had to make the other party bleed a lot. Otherwise, it would really be a waste of this big investment. Therefore, a moment later, he said with a beaming smile, "Since you are an elder of the Tuoba family, you must have a lot of treasures in your hands. Plus, if my stakes are too poor, I'm afraid that I won't be giving the elder any face. Therefore, how about this? I will use this weapon as a stake. What do you think?" With that, Lin Xian flipped his palm and a small black cauldron appeared in his palm, floating continuously. Using a weapon as a stake? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned, while Tuoba Yi, the Myriad Thunder Saint, and the others showed disdain. With the other party's status, he probably wouldn't be able to take out any good weapons. However, in the next moment, when they saw the small black cauldron in Lin Xian's hand, they were all stunned. Among them, Tuoba Yi, the Myriad Thunder Saint, the Unfettered One, and the others narrowed their eyes while the surrounding martialists exclaimed, "Earth-grade treasure!" Those who could come to District 7 weren't weaklings. Naturally, there were experts among them who recognized this weapon. Earth-grade treasure. Lin Xian took it out. It was actually an Earth-grade treasure. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Earth-grade treasures weren't common in the Eastern Wilderness. Normally, only the core disciples and elders of those large sects would have them. Moreover, most of them were Earth-grade, low-grade treasures. Lin Xian's 1,000-beast cauldron was an Earth-grade, mid-grade treasure. It could be said that it was very precious. Perhaps only the saints would have such treasures. Even if they did, they wouldn't be willing to take it out as a stake. That was why everyone was so shocked when Lin Xian took out the 1,000-beast cauldron. Even the Myriad Thunder Saint and Unfettered Saints' eyelids twitched, and their faces turned ugly. As saints, they naturally had such treasures. However, that was their treasure. How could they be willing to take it out? But now, the other party actually took out an Earth-grade, mid-grade treasure. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Damn it! How could this kid have such a treasure? Tuoba Yi gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious. Tuoba Yulong's eyes also glowed, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. Then he said nonchalantly, no matter. The better the treasure he takes out, the happier we should be, because that thing will be ours sooner or later. Tuoba Yulong looked at the myriad thunder saint and unfettered saint. Why, you two don't believe in my strength? We don't dare. How can that be? The myriad thunder saint and unfettered saint hurriedly explained. Then the myriad thunder saint's eyes glowed. He took a step forward, looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. How dare you bet such a treasure with me? Fine, I'll make you accept your defeat today. Although an earth-grade, mid-grade weapon is precious, I can take it out. Oh, with that, the myriad thunder saint flipped his palm, and a treasure flickering with lightning appeared in the void. It was a blue hammer that was 1 foot long. It was covered with Dao runes and lightning flickered around it. It looked like a divine item. What? It's the myriad thunder hammer. Everyone exclaimed when they saw it. Even the living fossils looked solemn. The myriad thunder hammer was a very famous treasure of the myriad thunder sect. They didn't expect the myriad thunder saint to use it as a stake. Chapter 16:28. The myriad lightning hammer was a very famous treasure of the myriad lightning sect. Who would have thought that the myriad lightning saint would use it as a wager? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. This was definitely a huge wager. Perhaps only people at the level of the saint would be able to take out such a bet. A living fossil in the crowd nodded slightly. That's right. The myriad lightning hammer is also a mid-grade earth tier treasure. The two are of similar grades. It's worth a wager. Everyone was stirred and stared at the field. They wanted to know who would emerge victorious in this bet. Since you're here to give us a treasure, I'll accept it without hesitation. Tuoba Yulong sneered and stepped forward. He clenched his fist, and a dagger appeared in his hand. It was a red dagger covered in inscriptions. It was very strange and looked more like a flood dragon. Holding the flood dragon dagger, Tuoba Yulong's aura became sharp. The purple light in his eyes flourished and connected together. It was like a ball of purple auspicious clouds that enveloped the strange stone he had chosen. Then he began cutting the stone with the flood dragon dagger. Tuoba Yulong's stone-cutting technique was very strange and much stronger than Tuoba Ye's. Before long, the 5-orifice divine stone gradually shrank. The surrounding air also gradually condensed. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Brother Lin, do you think that old guy can cut out any treasure? Fatty Luo asked worriedly. There's definitely a treasure. As an elder of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Yulong must have extraordinary vision. There's definitely a treasure inside. As for what it is, I don't know. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He also activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and carefully stared ahead. In front, Tuoba Yulong's movements became slower and slower, but the purple light in his eyes intensified. It was obvious that he had reached the most crucial part. At this moment, even the myriad lightning saint was nervous. The wager was his weapon. If he lost, he wouldn't have the face to return to the sect. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. His eyes bloomed with resplendent light that shrouded the stone under his feet. It seemed that he was also preparing to cut the stone. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, the crowd cried out in surprise. At the same time, most of their gazes looked over. This was because the spirit turtle divine rock in Lin Xian's possession was also an extremely important wondrous rock. They also wanted to know just what kind of treasure it contained. Even the living fossils of the older generation were very excited. Lin Xian's movements were very fast. He first removed all the rocks around the edges and gradually approached the center. He even cut off a third of the stone with a single slash, which immediately drew cries of surprise, because this method was really too bold. This was a stone bought with 2,500 caddies of subdivinity crystals. Everyone had to be careful when cutting, unlike Lin Xian. It was too casual. However, all of this was within Lin Xian's control. Under the martial Tao heavenly eye, nothing could escape his probing. Lin Xian precisely controlled the stone in his hand. Gradually, the stones in his and Tuoba Yulong's hands became smaller and smaller until they were only the size of a soccer ball. However, there was still no light. Could it be that these are two useless stones? Someone saw this and muttered softly, "No way! You're saying that both of them made a mistake? Heavens, if that's really the case, then this is going to be fun." Two extremely powerful seeker spirit masters had spent a fortune to buy these wondrous stones, but they were actually two useless stones. If this news spread, it would definitely shock the entire eastern wilderness. However, an expert in the crowd snorted. "What do you know? Real treasures won't be too big, especially this kind of extremely precious, wondrous stone. There have even been treasures the size of a fingernail in it before. But that's enough to shock the entire eastern wilderness," a powerful expert explained. The crowd calmed down again and watched carefully. Lin Xian ignored the discussion around him. His eyes were extremely bright as he carefully stared at the stone in his hand. His cutting speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. When he was slow, he even stopped. When he was fast, it was dazzling. This was a plan before making a decision. Only after Lin Xian used his martial Tao heavenly eye to see the true situation inside would he act. However, at this moment, everyone exclaimed, because the stone next to Tuoba Yulong in front of them was shining brightly. The rays of light were as bright as divine red and extremely dazzling. Accompanying them was a terrifying wave of heat. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the entire 7th district continued to rise as if a sun had descended here. The air was distorted from the heat. Everyone was instantly drenched in sweat as if they had been drenched in rain. Even the weaker martial artists were covered in red thorns. They were about to be ignited. Countless martial artists hurriedly circulated their spiritual power to resist, then looked forward in shock. As for the older generation and living fossils, their eyes were shining brightly. They were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. And all of this was because of the aura released by the stone in Tuoba Yulong's hand. Needless to say, that stone must contain extremely precious treasures. At this moment, Tuoba Yi, the myriad Thunder Saint Sun, the unfettered Saint Sun, and the others were also overjoyed. They stared unblinkingly. Tuoba Yulong's expression was extremely solemn. Fine beads of sweat even seeped out of his forehead. He had no choice. This was the most crucial moment. Now that the treasure had appeared, he had to be more careful. Otherwise, it would be a great sin if he destroyed even a trace of it. Holding the flood dragon dagger, he peeled off the stone bit by bit. Then he quickly sealed it with his palm. Strange runes flickered and appeared in the air, sealing the treasure inside the stone to prevent it from losing energy. Even so, the resplendent red light and the fiery energy still made everyone extremely shocked. At this moment, everyone looked up and carefully looked forward. They wanted to see what kind of treasure it was to have such shocking energy. As for Tuoba Yulong, he put away the flood dragon dagger and carefully held the treasure in his hand. A smug smile bloomed on his withered orange face. It was a large crystal with a curved surface. It was red all over like a fireball. It was a divine crystal, and a mutated one with special attributes. It was definitely a shocking treasure. Everyone was extremely shocked. Many experts were so excited that they trembled. To be honest, the peerless experts and powerful spirit tamers present had all seen ordinary divine crystals. Some had even cut them out. However, they had never seen a mutated divine crystal with special attributes like this one. In the past, they only knew about it from ancient records. This was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Chapter 16:29. A mutated divine crystal is far more valuable than an ordinary divine crystal. Looks like Tuoba Yulong is indeed powerful. He actually managed to obtain such a treasure. Even an almighty would be thrilled to see such a thing. This is definitely a blessing for fire attribute martialists. Anyone who can obtain a piece will definitely have a huge increase in their cultivation. They might even be able to raise their cultivation level. Excited voices could be heard while Tuobiyi was laughing crazily while his eyes were filled with complacency. The 1,000 Thunder Saint, Unfettered Saint, and the others took a deep breath. In particular, the 10,000 Thunder Saints' eyes shone with a shocking light. This time, they were definitely going to win. The 1,000 Thunder Saint wanted to laugh heartily at the thought of obtaining a mutated divine crystal and winning the middle grade Earth tier treasure. Humph! That kid is definitely going to lose. Tuobiyi looked across and sneered. I'm very curious. What can Brother Lin solve? The 10,000 Thunder Saint also had a smug smile on his face. He wasn't nervous at all, as he believed that no one could surpass this mutated divine crystal. Tuobiyi's eyes lit up. Kid, don't waste your energy. The best treasure in District 7 is probably this mutated divine crystal in my hand. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to obtain anything more precious than this. Therefore, you are definitely going to lose this time. Damn it. Damn that old man. How can he be so lucky? Fatty Luo and Du Fei looked gloomy as they gritted their teeth. This situation had indeed exceeded their expectations. The dark red divine dragon also looked anxious as he asked worriedly, Kid, what should we do? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he was indeed surprised that Tuobiyi could obtain a mutated divine crystal. However, he wasn't flustered, as he was very confident in the stone in his hand. Therefore, he said nonchalantly, no one will know the result of stone gambling until the very last moment. I advise you not to be too arrogant, lest you embarrass yourselves. Humph! How dare you be so stubborn when you are about to die? Tuobiyi sneered. He didn't believe Lin Xian at all, as he thought that Lin Xian was just boasting. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun, the Freedom Saint Sun, and the others also sneered. Since that's the case, let's hope that Brother Lin can cut out something good. Tuobiyi was even more disdainful. Little doll, what do you know? I've cut out more divine crystals than you've eaten. This time, you have no chance of winning. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. To be honest, everyone thought that it was impossible for Lin Xian to win. However, Lin Xian's expression was still calm. His hands were very steady as he cut the strange stone bit by bit. The reason for that was because he knew that Tuobiyi and the others were actually pressuring him. If he couldn't withstand it, he would probably lose immediately. Fortunately, his mental endurance had always been very strong, so the other party's words and provocations didn't have much effect on him. On the opposite side, Tuobiyi, the myriad Thunder Saint Sun, and the others saw that Lin Xian was still cutting the rock unhurriedly and immediately revealed a disdainful sneer. Tuobiyi even took out a spirit fruit and slowly peeled it to eat, his eyes flickering coldly. After cutting out a mutated divine crystal with a fire attribute, it could be said that he was in an invincible position in District 7. There was absolutely no reason for his opponent to beat him. Therefore, he was very relieved. On the other side, the strange stone in Lin Xian's hand was getting smaller and smaller until it was only the size of a bowl. However, no light came out. At this moment, whispers were heard from the crowd. Sigh. There hasn't been any divine light yet. It seems like there isn't any treasure in this stone. Yeah, Lin Xian has always been very impressive and was able to cut out a supreme grade subdivine crystal. However, I didn't expect that he would make a mistake this time and choose a useless piece of rock. What's the big deal? Even a dragon has to bow before Tuobiyi. He doesn't have the right to be arrogant. Not only did Lin Xian lose face, but he also lost a mid-grade, Earth-grade treasure weapon. I'm afraid he can't take it. Discussions were heard. Some sighed, some sneered, and some took pleasure in Lin Xian's misfortune. Phut! Whoever speaks nonsense again, I'll cut off your tongue. Fatty Luo's face darkened as he roared angrily. Instantly, the surroundings became silent. However, the Thousand Thunder Saint sneered. Brother Luo, why are you so angry? Victory and defeat are common. Moreover, it's normal for you to lose in front of Senior Tuoba. I don't think there's a need for such a big reaction. Yeah, it's just a mid-grade, Earth-grade treasure weapon. I think Lin Xian can still afford to lose. The unfettered saint sneered. Tuoba Yi was even more arrogant as he sneered. He doesn't have that ability. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Now you know the consequences of offending my Tuoba family. Phut! I really want to go up and slap him. The dark, red, divine dragon gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Xian was calm as he shook his head, slightly. Don't be hasty. It's not over yet. The winner hasn't been decided yet. When the time comes, you will slap him in the face. Lin Xian said slowly as the runes in his eyes shone even brighter. You're still so stubborn at this time? Tuoba Yulong snorted. Kid, don't struggle. The stone you chose seems magical, but it's actually just a piece of trash. There's nothing inside. Your foresight is still lacking. If you want to compete with me, you'll have to cultivate for another 100 years. His voice was filled with smugness. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? I really want to see your face being slapped. With that, his finger cut off another piece of the stone like a knife. Suddenly, a strange light bloomed from the stone. It was like a rainbow-colored light, instantly illuminating the entire space. What divine light appeared? Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. They were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that there really was a treasure inside the stone. Damn it, how is this possible? Tuoba Yulong's expression immediately darkened. It was extremely ugly. He had just mocked Lin Xian, saying that he had poor foresight and that it was impossible for there to be a treasure inside. It was just a piece of trash. But then, Lin Xian had cut out the divine light. Wasn't that a slap to his face? And it was a loud slap. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Damn it, impossible, impossible. Tuoba Yi also screamed crazily, his eyes full of disbelief. How could Lin Xian have cut out the divine light? This made them extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, even the myriad Thunder Saint and the unfettered Saint looked gloomy. Ha 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 ha. Great, the divine light has finally appeared. That scared me to death. It seems that the good stuff should be saved for last. I knew it. How could the stone chosen by Brother Lin be bad? Chapter 1630. That's not right. I remember someone said that Brother Lin had bad taste. I think it was an old turtle. He also said that his taste was very unique. This is a useless rock. Oh, the person who said that is blind. How can it be a useless rock when the divine light is out? Slap in the face. I wonder if your face hurts, Senior. At this moment, the dark red dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei mocked to their heart's content. They had been angered by the other party and couldn't fight back at all. Now that Lin Xian had cut out the divine light, they could finally hold their heads high. Hearing the other party's mockery, Tuoba Yulong's face was extremely gloomy, and his whole body trembled with anger. As the elder of the Tuoba family and a powerful seeker spirit master, he had never been mocked like this. He had indeed made a mistake earlier and said that it was a useless rock. Then, the other party cut out the divine light, giving these people something to use against him. It made him extremely uncomfortable. However, he still snorted coldly. What are you so proud of? It's just a light. Do you really think that this kid's thing can compare to my mutated divine crystal? How ridiculous. That's right. At most, it's just a supreme grade, subdivine crystal. How can it compare to what my elder cut out? Tuoba Yi also snorted coldly. Humph, whether you can cut it out or not, you'll lose this competition. The Thousand Thunder Saint also gritted his teeth. These people all had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They thought that Lin Xian was no match for Tuobi Yulong at all. But gradually, they stopped talking and their expressions became even more unsightly than before, because the stone in Lin Xian's hand was shining more and more brightly, like a rainbow bridge surrounding it. In fact, there was even a fragrance wafting out, causing one to be intoxicated by it. How magical! I feel my blood boiling. More than that, I even feel that I'm about to break through my cultivation bottleneck. Why do I feel that my body is full of vitality? Even the older generation figures who were living fossils were puzzled. What is this? Could it be that it's not a treasure like a divine crystal? For a moment, everyone was extremely puzzled. They all stared at the strange stone in Lin Xian's hand. The surface of the strange stone in Lin Xian's hand fell off, and the light became brighter and brighter, forming a 7-colored rainbow bridge that circled around him. Not only that, but there was also a strange fragrance lingering in the air, causing the crowd to be extremely confused. At this moment, even those living fossil-level old men became excited. Lin Xian's expression was even more solemn. He knew that he might have gotten something incredible this time. Not daring to be careless in the slightest, he activated his martial Tao Heavenly Eye while using his other hand as a blade to carefully slice the air. As more and more layers of stone fell off, the treasures within were about to be completely revealed to the crowd. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He quickly said, "Ruffian Long, quickly set up a formation and seal this space. This thing is trying to escape." What? Trying to escape? Could it be a living creature? Everyone was shocked. As for the older generation figures and living fossil elders, their expressions all changed. Even Tuoba Yulong had a look of fear on his face. They were not ordinary people, so they had naturally heard of the legends of these strange stones. One of the most dangerous types was that a living creature could be found after being cut out. This was definitely a major event that would shock the world. Even those living fossil-level old men had solemn expressions and were prepared to make a move. When the dark red divine dragon heard that, it waved its dragon claws. Immediately, countless spiritual runes flickered and formed a formation that completely enveloped Lin Xian and the strange stone in his hand. Not only that, but it also released a strange power that surrounded the strange stone to prevent it from escaping. Lin Xian also used the dragon sword domain to envelop the surroundings. His fingers were like lightning as he continuously cut down. Crack, crack, crack. Finally, all the layers of stone fell off. The light became even brighter, and the fragrance became even more overwhelming. Buzz! The ball of light finally moved. It turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly fled into the distance. Buzz! Fortunately, there was the sealing formation set up by the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian's dragon sword domain. The light directly collided with a barrier, causing a nameless vibration. The void vibrated, and countless runes flickered, making everyone unable to open their eyes. What the hell is that? How can it be so powerful? Could it really be a living creature? At this moment, Tuoba Yulong's eyes glowed with purple light, like 2 purple lightning bolts, staring at the sky. Not only him, but those living fossil-level old men's eyes were also like rainbows, incomparably sharp, because they wanted to confirm whether it was a living creature or not. If it was really a living creature, then there would be a huge change. But fortunately, they all heaved a sigh of relief in the next moment, because they realized that it was not what they imagined. The living fossil elders heaved a sigh of relief, but Tuoba Yulong's expression was incomparably ugly. Although it wasn't a living creature, it was still a very mysterious thing. The preciousness of this kind of thing made him extremely shocked. He was afraid that his mutated divine crystal had met its match. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword qi revolved in the dragon sword domain, forming 2 large azure dragon hands that grabbed forward. The azure dragon hands emitted a hazy light and caught the ball of light, bringing it back to Lin Xian. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning. His martial, Tao Heavenly eye released dazzling runes and stared the ball of light. Then he waved his hand, and the ball of light was immediately exposed in front of everyone. What's that? Everyone was curious. They all craned their necks and looked forward. Even the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the 10,000 Thunder Saint looked over. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. Spirit herb. It's actually a spirit herb. An expert exclaimed, extremely excited. That's right, that ball of light, which was the treasure that Lin Xian had cut out, was a spirit herb. It was only the size of a palm, and it was a brown spirit herb with roots, branches, and leaves. However, it did not look complete. It was only a part. However, even with that being the case, the fragrance that was emitted was still extremely intoxicating. Because this was not an ordinary spirit herb, but an ancient spirit herb that had already gone extinct. Could this be the legendary turtle spirit herb? An elder's voice trembled, incomparably excited. What turtle spirit herb? What's that? The young disciples did not know what it was because this herb had long gone extinct. As for those living fossils of the older generation, they were indeed very excited. That's right, it's turtle spirit herb. I've once seen it in an ancient book. Legend has it that this herb can increase a martial artist's lifespan. It's a kind of immortal medicine. Chapter 1631. A martial artist's lifespan was generally linked to their cultivation base. In other words, the higher their cultivation base, the longer their lifespan. But no matter how long it was, there was a limit. For example, the few living fossils in the field had already lived for more than 3,000 years. Their lifespan didn't have many years left. Perhaps they still had 10 or 20 years, but it wouldn't be much longer. But now, a spirit medicine that could increase their lifespan had appeared in front of them. This was absolutely a huge opportunity. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked when he heard this. Although he had refined pills that could increase lifespan on the martial heaven continent, those pills were only useful for people below the king level. To these old monsters at the king realm, it was completely useless. But now the spirit medicine in his hand was actually useful to these living fossils of the older generation. How could they not go crazy? With this spirit medicine and a powerful alchemist, perhaps they really could refine a peerless divine pill that could increase their lifespan. So even Tuoba Yulong, who had a deep relationship with Lin Xian, was extremely excited. He was also incomparably old and probably didn't have many more years to live. But Lin Xian had actually managed to obtain such a peerless spirit medicine. That made him extremely jealous. Why? Why wasn't I the one who obtained such an immortal medicine? Tuoba Yulong's entire body twisted. As for those living fossils, they looked at Lin Xian, their eyes shining. Kid, are you selling this turtle spirit grass? I'll pay 3 divine crystals. What do you think? What? 3 divine crystals? Everyone was shocked, their mouths twitching. This was truly extravagant. 3 divine crystals in one go. One had to know that a single divine crystal was enough to cause a huge commotion. But now, someone was actually using 3 divine crystals to buy a single herb. Lin Xian was also extremely excited. It seemed he had really made a killing this time. However, he still said, Seniors, it's not that I don't want to sell it, but my bet with the Tuoba family isn't over yet. What's the point of betting? You've already won, said one of the living fossil elders impatiently. That's right, the other elders also agreed. Divine crystals have a price, but spiritual herbs are priceless. Moreover, this is a spiritual medicine that can prolong one's lifespan. It far surpasses that mutated divine crystal. Hearing this, the crowd burst into an uproar. On the other side, Tuoba Yulong was trembling with anger. He even coughed up a mouthful of blood. Elder, Senior. Seeing this, Tuoba Yi, the unfettered saint, and the others hurriedly went to support Tuoba Yulong. They kept consoling Tuoba Yulong so that he wouldn't be angered to death by the situation before him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint also froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Lost, he actually lost. To be honest, he never thought that he would actually lose. After all, they had the extremely powerful Tuoba Yulong on their side. Furthermore, the other party had even taken out a mutated divine crystal, which had made him think that his side would definitely win. But he didn't expect that the kid in front of him would actually cut out an even more precious elixir of immortality. He had turned the tables around and won. This was unacceptable to him. After all, he hadn't just lost face this time. He had also lost his weapon, the 10,000 lightning hammer. That was his weapon. Now that he had lost to his opponent, his heart was bleeding. Lin Xian had actually won. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. Before this, they had never thought that the winner of this bet would be Lin Xian. After all, Tuoba Yulong was too famous. No one had ever thought that he would lose. However, Lin Xian was even stronger and more skillful. He had actually cut out an elixir of immortality that shocked everyone. The 10,000 Thunder Saints' face darkened at this result. Even Tuoba Yulong was so angry that he coughed up blood. However, the situation on Lin Xian's side was very different. He was surrounded by several living fossils of the older generation. They were all bidding to buy the elixir of immortality in his hand. "Kid, I'll pay you 4 divine crystals. How about you sell it to me?" This old man was wearing an ancient robe and his teeth were almost all gone. However, his eyes were brighter than lightning at this moment. Lin Xian knew that this was definitely an extremely terrifying old man. On the other side, someone else offered an even higher price. "I'll pay you 5 divine crystals." Everyone was stunned when they heard this bid. They couldn't believe that these people were actually bidding with divine crystals as the base price. After a round of bidding, the elixir of immortality was ultimately won by an old man. He was the old man who had agreed to pawn Fatty Luo's silver token. At the same time, he was also an elder of the Wavering Light, sacred land behind the stone gambling meet. This time he had used 6 divine crystals, a top-notch earth-grade cultivation technique, and returned the silver token to obtain the turtle spirit herb in Lin Xian's possession. Lin Xian agreed to this condition without hesitation. After all, this condition was so generous that he couldn't refuse it. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Their gazes all landed on Lin Xian. They didn't even try to hide the greed in their eyes. It couldn't be helped. 6 divine crystals, a top-notch earth-grade cultivation technique was just too tempting. Lin Xian was also shocked when he sensed the gazes around him. He knew that he had most likely become the target of many people this time. Lin Xian took a deep breath and put away the items he had obtained. At the same time, he returned the silver token to Fatty Luo. Then he looked at Tuoba Yulong and the others again. "Hee, thank you for letting me win, Senior Tuoba." Lin Xian laughed heartily. Then he turned his gaze to the myriad lightning sage. "Hee, thank you for your myriad lightning hammer. I'll accept it without hesitation." With that, he waved his hand and summoned the myriad lightning hammer to his side. Everyone gasped when they saw the scene. The fire in their eyes became even more obvious. The myriad lightning hammer was a mid-grade, earth-grade treasure. This was definitely a treasure that could tempt most people. Lin Xian naturally knew this as well. He already had 6 divine crystals and a top-notch, earth-grade cultivation technique on him. It could be assumed that countless people would want to kill him. If he took the myriad lightning hammer now, these people would definitely not let him off. Therefore, he grinned at Fatty Luo and Du Fei and said, "Gentlemen, I'll give you this myriad lightning hammer. What do you think?" "Really? Thank you, Brother Lin." Fatty Luo laughed heartily and accepted it right away. Du Fei also said loudly, "The myriad lightning hammer already belongs to us 2 brothers. Anyone who dares to have any ideas about it should think about our backgrounds first." Also, Myriad Lightning Sage. If the Myriad Lightning sect is unconvinced, feel free to look for us. Chapter 1632. Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder Sect. Feel free to look for us if you don't agree. We, the 10 villains, will accompany you to the end. The two of them naturally knew what Lin Xian meant. If Lin Xian held onto such a precious treasure, he would definitely be targeted by others. Moreover, the Thousand Thunder Sect would not let Lin Xian go. However, it was different in their hands. They had the 10 villains behind them. If anyone wanted to touch them, they would have to consider whether they could bear the revenge of the 10 villains. Seeing this scene, the crowd fell silent. Many of them even shook their heads and sighed. Indeed, Fatty Luo and Du Fei's identities were too sensitive. They were the descendants of the 10 villains. Who would dare to provoke them? Therefore, many people gave up on the idea of using the Thousand Thunder Hammer. However, the Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder Sect was gnashing his teeth. It seemed that he would not give up so easily. Junior, I'll remember you. I'll make you pay 100-fold for what you did today, Tuoba Yulong said through gritted teeth. He was still very angry even now. I'll be waiting for you, Senior. I hope you'll prepare more for the next bet. It's really not enough this time. Lin Xian shrugged, not caring at all. The next time they met, he would definitely be more powerful. Therefore, he was not afraid of them at all. Soon, the Tuoba family, the Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder Sect, and the others gritted their teeth and left. The reason for that was because they simply did not have the face to continue staying there. However, before they left, Tuoba Yulong and the Holy Son of the Thousand Thunder Sect's cold eyes made them shudder with fear. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he should be careful to prevent the other party from plotting against him. Next, Lin Xian and the others also left. This time, they did not make any more moves. The previous bet had made them famous, and at the same time, they had obtained great returns. Therefore, Lin Xian did not plan to make any more moves to avoid being targeted. Moreover, there was another reason. He wanted to start looking for the young man called Hongyu. This was because he still had to complete the sect's mission. Lin Xian felt that it might be difficult to find such a young man in the vast sea of people. However, half a day later, he discovered that it seemed that it was not difficult at all to find him. This was because another bet had taken place in the Sacred Hall, and it was a huge one. It did not lose out to Lin Xian's bet. Suddenly, the entire Sacred Hall was in an uproar again. Countless warriors gathered in front of them. Lin Xian and the others were curious and asked around. There were actually people betting in the 6th region. Moreover, one of the people who made the bet shocked Lin Xian. His name was Hongyu. Could it be him? Lin Xian was tempted. Let's go take a look. He called out to the dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, Du Fei, and the others. Together, they walked towards Zone 6. Fatty Luo, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were all people who loved to join in on the fun. Therefore, they all came to the 6th district, excitedly. There was a sea of people in Zone 6. It was not inferior to the scene of Lin Xian's bet at all. Lin Xian and the others were all experts, so they could see the situation clearly even without standing at the front. There were 2 figures standing there. One of them was a young man with red lips, white teeth, and delicate features. He was only 15 or 16 years old. Hongyu, it should be him. Lin Xian's eyes lit up when he saw the young man. He had finally found the target that the sect had given him. Of course, he did not go forward or greet him. This was because his mission was very simple. He just had to silently observe the other party and record everything about him. In front of Hongyu was a group of people. At the front of the group was an old man. He was dressed in a Taoist robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Beside him stood a handsome young man in a 5-colored robe. He exuded a supreme aura. He was the 5 Elements saint of the 5 Elements sect. The elder was also a very famous seeker spirit master. His strength was not much weaker than Tuobi Yulong's. It was another young seeker spirit master gambling with a powerful figure of the older generation. This naturally attracted everyone's attention. And this time, the young man was even younger. He was only 15 or 16 years old. He was even younger than Lin Xian by 5 or 6 years. Therefore, this attracted everyone's attention even more. The delicate young man, Han Yu, was indeed extraordinary. His eyes emitted a strange red light. In fact, there were even strange Dao runes appearing in his eyes. Those eyes! In the crowd, a few living fossils of the elders had solemn expressions. They seemed to have thought of something, but they were still not too sure. Lin Xian's expression was also very solemn. He did not know what technique the other party's eyes used. But based on his instincts and martial path celestial eye, he knew that the other party's technique must be very powerful. It might not be weaker than his martial path celestial eye. No wonder the sect wants to investigate this young man. What a powerful technique! Lin Xian was shocked as he observed. On the other side, there were also 2 figures standing outside the crowd. They wore wide black robes that completely covered their bodies. But one could vaguely see that one was a handsome young man and the other was a tall middle-aged man. These 2 were the mysterious people who often appeared. But no one had expected them to come to the sacred palace. The tall middle-aged man looked at the intense gambling in front of him and smiled. Is that your younger brother? Not bad. He already has such an technique at such a young age. The handsome young man nodded slightly. Indeed, I did not expect him to improve so quickly. But it's not enough. Our time is limited. We can't wait too long for him. We have to let him grow faster. At the end, the handsome young man's expression turned cold. Are you really going to attack him? He's your younger brother. The tall, middle-aged man smiled. I wonder if you can do it? So what if he's my younger brother? Compared to power, everything else is fleeting clouds. The handsome young man's voice was cold. It was like a cold wind that chilled one to the bone. The 2 of them were communicating through voice transmission. Since they were standing in a relatively remote place, no one noticed them. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the young man and the pale old man, because the gambling between the 2 of them was simply too exciting. The young man, Han Yu, had a red light in his eyes. With a shocking Dao pattern, he quickly scanned through the strange stones and chose one. On the other side, the old man that the 5-element saint had invited was also extraordinary. He was an extremely famous seeker spirit master. His eyes also shone brightly. Not only that, but he was also proficient in an extremely powerful seeker spirit technique. With a wave of his aged finger, runes flashed like a miracle. In the end, both of them chose treasures. Divine light overflowed, and a fragrance filled the air. It was like a rainbow with thousands of threads. But in the end, the young man, Han Yu, chose a better item and won the final victory. Chapter 1633. The 5-element saint and the 5-star sex cultivators all looked gloomy. To be honest, they couldn't believe that the seeker spirit master they'd invited would lose to a youth. This was really too surprising. How could this be? The 5 elements saint's face darkened. The seeker spirit master he'd invited also sighed. I'm useless. That youth's eye technique is too strange. I didn't lose unjustly. What? You're saying that his victory wasn't a fluke? The 5-element saint was even more surprised. He'd originally thought that the youth had just been lucky and won. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Could it be that the youth really had a pair of divine eyes? Could he see through everything? On the other side, Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. This result was also beyond his expectations. He hadn't expected that the youth called Hong Yu would be so powerful. It seemed that he wasn't any weaker than him. At the same time, what made him even more confused was what the sect wanted to do to this youth. He now knew that the alchemy sect was hiding a huge secret. What were those people planning? Now that this strange youth had a connection with the alchemy sect, Lin Xian felt even more uneasy. He had a feeling that the alchemy sect would do something crazy in the near future. However, he couldn't figure out what it was. He could only wait patiently. At the very least, if the alchemy sect's secret was made public, he would have something to answer to King Pillfeather. Only then could the 1,000-beast cauldron truly become his weapon and be used by him. Otherwise, if the alchemy sect's secret was kept hidden, the 1,000-beast cauldron would probably leave him one day. Behind them, the handsome youth and the tall middle-aged man laughed when they saw this scene. Then, the two of them looked at each other. The show is over. Looks like it's time for us to make a move. The handsome youth sneered. Haha, my blade has been thirsty for a long time. The tall middle-aged man's eyes flashed with madness. In the next moment, the two of them disappeared like ghosts. Similarly, no one noticed this scene, because they were still in shock from Hong Yu's victory. But soon, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian was shocked, because there was a sudden uproar in the 10th district of the temple. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Who dares to attack in the temple? You're courting death. A furious roar rang out, containing an extremely terrifying power. Even the living fossils were frowning. As for the surrounding crowd, they were all extremely shocked. They did not dare to believe their eyes. Someone actually dares to make a move here? Don't they want to live anymore? That's right. The sacred temple is an ancient ruin. Moreover, there are countless experts here. There are even living fossil-like existences here. How would those people dare to make a move? No matter who did it, he's dead for sure. The Yaoguang Holy Land and the Gu clan are behind the sacred hall. One was a peerless holy land, and the other was the desolate ancient world. With such terrifying strength, who would dare to provoke him? Everyone quickly discussed among themselves. They all believed that no matter who it was, they would definitely die. However, the result exceeded everyone's expectations. That was because the energy riot was not immediately suppressed. Instead, it was growing more and more intense. Even when they were standing in District 6, they could feel it. What? Who is it? Who has such terrifying energy now? Who dares to make a move in the sacred temple? It's over. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian also frowned. He activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, and his gaze was like lightning as he looked straight ahead. Under the effect of his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Lin Xian could see that District 10 was in the midst of a terrifying energy frenzy. Not only that, but what shocked him even more was that he saw a huge illusory hand blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was grabbing towards the most precious wonderstones in District 10. This made him even more shocked. District 10 was the last district in the sacred temple. The wonderstones contained within were definitely extremely precious. There were even stones transported from the Primordium Ancient Mine, a forbidden land of life. One piece was enough to match all the stones in the other districts. Yet now, someone was actually making a move on such stones. It was simply too shocking. Fuck, this is a real ferocious person. He actually dares to make a move here. Fatty Luo's face was also filled with shock. I dare bet that no matter who it is, the person who makes a move will definitely shock the entire eastern wilderness. Du Fei's mouth was also agape. The dark red dragon was also suspicious. He stared at the two of them and said, Fuck, could it be that your elders are making a move? You mean the 10 villains? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard that. To be honest, in the entire eastern wasteland, perhaps only the 10 great villains had such strength and audacity. Hearing that, Fatty Luo and Du Fei both trembled and hurriedly shook their heads. Are you kidding? It definitely wasn't my grandfather who did it. It really wasn't them. Brother Lin, you don't know. If it was my grandfather and the others, they wouldn't make a move like this. They would directly smash this sacred temple and rob it. Du Fei also shook his head. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, the two of them were speechless. All right, it seemed that they had underestimated the 10 villains. But if it wasn't the 10 villains, who could it be? Just as they were thinking, the situation in front of them changed. That illusory hand was extremely terrifying. It directly slapped the surrounding powerful guards away and grabbed 3 of the strange stones in its hand. These 3 stones were all transported from the Primordium ancient mine. D***, stop it! Angry roars sounded one after another. The bodyguards around them were too aggrieved. This was because the 10th district was filled with strange stones, and each of them was extremely precious. They didn't dare to use their full strength at all. Otherwise, the energy would destroy the entire 10th district, and those strange stones would no longer exist. They couldn't bear the consequences, so they could only attack within a controllable range. But this way, their strength would be much weaker. But that illusory hand didn't care at all. It erupted with all its strength. That was why it forced them back. This scene caused everyone to be shocked, and some of those living fossil-level elders also made a move. That power was extremely terrifying, but it was extremely precise and didn't damage a single stone. The shocking energy surged forward like a tidal wave. However, that illusory hand was even faster. It grabbed the 3 strange stones transported from the Primordium ancient mine and instantly retreated. It didn't bother too much at all. It seemed that the other party's goal was very obvious. It was these stones transported from the Primordium ancient mine. D***, Team 1, seal the 10th district. Team 2, Team 3, and Team 5, chase after the enemy. The other teams stay in the sacred temple to maintain order. If anyone dares to move, kill without mercy. Chapter 1634. Then, powerful martial artists in black armor rushed out like a flood. Some sealed the 10th district, while others chased after them. However, most of them quickly spread throughout the sacred hall. These people exuded a cold, murderous aura. If anyone dared to act rashly, they would definitely attack without mercy. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb and they did not dare to move. Now, they knew that something shocking had happened. If anyone dared to move, the consequences would be dire. However, more people rose into the air and left the sacred hall to chase after the martial artists. This was because they wanted to see who was so daring to make a move here. Let them go! At this moment, the cold and old voice sounded again. The surrounding enforcement team did not stop the dancers who were leaving. This was because there were too many wonder stones in the sacred hall. Even the Wavering Light, Sacred Ground, and the Gu family were not willing to fight in the sacred hall. Therefore, they also hoped that the martial artists would leave. Soon, all the martial artists had left the sacred hall. The entire holy temple was sealed by a few living fossils of the elders with great magic power. Even if an almighty came, he would not be able to break it. At the same time, another 3 enforcement teams quickly left the sacred hall and chased after the martial artists. Lin Xian and the others naturally followed the crowd and left the sacred hall. Not only that, not long after they left, they saw an intense battle. As the top forces, the Wavering Light, Sacred Ground, and the Gu family naturally had terrifying martial artists. These enforcement teams were extremely powerful. At this moment, they attacked with all their might and soon fought with the martial artists who had snatched the Wonderstones. However, the martial artists who had snatched the Wonderstones seemed to be even more powerful. Therefore, dozens of enforcement team members died very quickly. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. It was very tragic. Seal! With a long howl, the 3 fossil-level old men flew out and attacked. In the sky, Tao inscriptions appeared and rays of light filled the sky. In an instant, the entire void was sealed. In fact, even Lin Xian was able to sense the energy. Fuck! What is the meaning of this? even we have been sealed." The dark, red, divine dragon frowned. As an array expert, he could naturally feel the difference in the surrounding space. Evidently, not only had the living fossil elders sealed the place where the battle had taken place, but they had also sealed all of them in this space. Not only did the dark, red, divine dragon notice this, but the surrounding martial artists and experts also noticed this, which immediately caused an uproar and panic. "What do you mean? Why did you seal this space?" "That's right. Why won't you let us leave?" "You've gone too far." Everyone roared. At this moment, an old man in the sky said coldly, "Everyone, please don't be alarmed. We are only eliminating the culprit. As long as we can confirm or capture the person who did it, we will let you go. However, during this period of time, I hope that you all will obediently stand here and not move. Otherwise, we will treat you all as enemies and kill you all." Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and despair filled their faces. From the looks of it, the other party would not let them go until they found the murderer. Damn it, who did it? Everyone gritted their teeth. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Now that he couldn't leave, he could only look ahead and carefully observe the battle. After all, this kind of battle between experts was very attractive to him. In front of him, countless experts gathered. On the side of the law enforcement team, many kings' domains shrouded the area. Every domain was extremely terrifying and full of power. However, in the chaos of the storm, a purple saber light suddenly lit up. Demonic chi surged, and the purple saber light was thousands of feet long. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a terrifying energy that spread in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists and those who were watching the battle from afar trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying saber light! Who is it? Many experts exclaimed because they realized that the purple saber light was too powerful. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He even felt the threat of death from the saber light. In front of him, the purple saber light that was thousands of feet long was surrounded by countless runes. It was like a long purple river that surged and roared. As the saber slashed down, dozens of kings' domains were instantly split in half. The originally bright light also quickly dimmed. Not only that, but the kings of the law enforcement team vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and their faces turned pale. What? So powerful! He split so many kings' domains in half with a single saber. Seeing the king's domains, even the martial artists from the Yaoguang, Sacred Land, and Gu family looked grave. The strength of the other party was beyond their expectations. "Damn it, who are you? How dare you attack us? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the Yaoguang, Sacred Land, and Gu family?" A middle-aged man in black armor stood in the sky and shouted coldly. "Humph, cut the crap. Since we dare to attack you, we naturally won't be afraid of you. I advise you old fellows to release the seal quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." An extremely arrogant voice came from the front. "Humph, you are trapped by our elders, and you still want to escape? You must be dreaming. The living fossil elders are indeed powerful, but their energy is limited. Every time they attack, they will consume their lifespan. I don't believe that you are willing to let them attack continuously. I'm afraid that even the clan of the ancients and the peerless sacred lands can't afford to lose a living fossil elder." The voice came from the front again, and it didn't seem to be nervous. Damn it! Damn it! Many of the martial artists from the sacred palace had ugly expressions. The reason for that was because what he said was correct. That spatial seal was created by the joint efforts of several living fossils. However, those elders didn't have much lifespan left. Every time they attacked, they would consume their own energy. The other party knew this very well, and it was obvious that they had come prepared. "Humph, it's okay. We won't attack. We will just use the seal. It won't consume much energy," one of the living fossil elders said coldly. His teeth were almost falling out, but his eyes were sharper than a blade. Everyone around held their breaths and observed carefully. Lin Xian frowned and asked softly, "Living fossils can't be attacked easily." To be honest, he didn't know about this before. At the side, the dark red dragon explained, "Indeed, we can't attack casually. At their age, they probably won't live for more than a few years. Their lives are supported by their own energy." Chapter 1635. Back then, I even saw a living fossil elder of a sacred ground fight with his full strength. Although he won in the end, he used up his lifespan and couldn't come back to life. That's true. These living fossils usually don't attack. They only exist as a deterrent. Fatty Luo and Du Fei also explained in a low voice. I see. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. It seemed that the people who attacked this time had calculated this point. That was why they attacked the sacred palace. However, the sacred palace was backed by the sacred ground and the clan of the ancients. Therefore, even if these living fossil elders didn't attack, the remaining people were still very powerful. For example, the captain of the law enforcement team in black armor. He stepped forward, his body emitting a black light. He held a black spear in his hand. It was like a spear from the demonic realm, filled with terrifying energy. As he thrust his spear forward, the sky was filled with black spear lights. They were like countless black streams of light that covered the entire sky. "Six-Star King, let me play with you." On the other side, the arrogant voice sounded, and then a figure appeared. The figure was very tall, but his entire body was covered in a black robe. It was impossible to see whether he was real or not. Even when Lin Xian used his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to observe, he found that there was a layer of mysterious energy on the other party that blocked all probing. That towering figure stood in the void like a fiend god. Facing the black spear lights that covered the sky, he still didn't move. He was like a pine tree. However, when the black spear lights were less than 100 meters away from him, the tall figure finally moved. He waved his hand, and a purple beast claw quickly formed in the sky. It was dark like a mass of purple fog, completely covering the sky. Accompanying it were thunder, lightning, and strong winds. Boom! As the tall man moved, the huge purple claw quickly descended. Immediately, the surrounding thunder and lightning intertwined, forming a terrifying scene. The scene was too terrifying. The entire sky was torn apart in an instant. A violent aura swept out in all directions, causing everyone to tremble. The beast claw covered the sky and collided with the black spear lights. Boom! In an instant, the purple beast claw shattered a large area of black spear lights. Not only that, the beast claw attacked the captain of the law enforcement team at an even faster speed. Sweep the world. The law enforcement captain's pupils shrank. He did not expect the purple beast claw to be so terrifying that it could shatter his spear light. With a furious roar, he held the black spear with both hands and swept it out in front of him. At this moment, the black spear seemed to have turned into a black dragon as it rapidly rolled around. The powerful aura made everyone tremble. How terrifying! In the crowd, Lin Xian also exclaimed. Runes flashed in his martial, Dao Heavenly Eye. He quickly stared at every detail. A battle of this level was very valuable to him. In the distance, the black spear rolled, producing an extremely terrifying black light. In the next moment, it suddenly erupted and swept forward. Suddenly, the space in front of him turned completely black. Every inch of the void was filled with the power of the black spear. This was the full power attack of a 6-star king, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. The purple beast claw mercilessly slammed down, instantly destroying the black torrent. Not only that, the terrifying purple beast claw had an unparalleled destructive power, as if it could destroy everything. In an instant, the law enforcement captain was sent flying. Puff! The law enforcement captain's entire body was trembling, and the black armor on his body was full of cracks. Blood immediately splattered in the sky. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. In particular, the members of the sacred palace were even more terrified. They knew the strength of the law enforcement captain. He was not a 6-star king, but extremely powerful. It was difficult to find a match for him under the Almighty. However, now he was seriously injured by a single claw. It was hard to imagine how powerful that purple beast claw was. Impossible, who are you? On the sacred palace's side, countless experts shouted coldly. In the distant crowd, everyone also exclaimed, "Damn it, this power? Is he an almighty?" What? An almighty? After Lin Xian heard it, he was also shocked. He had seen the power of an almighty. Previously, he had met 5 almighties in Foam Mountain. The power of those people could be said to be monstrous. They could destroy everything with a raise of their hand. In front of him, although he could not see the true cultivation aura of the tall, mysterious person, he was able to seriously injure a 6-star king with a single palm. Perhaps only an almighty could do that. Humph, I told you, you are not enough. Hurry up and release the seal, and everyone will be safe. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. The tall, mysterious figure said coldly. At this moment, he was standing in the void, surrounded by a terrifying aura, and a purple beast claw was floating above his head. He was like a god fiend, extremely terrifying. Humph, so what if you are an almighty? How dare you touch the things of the sacred palace? No one can save you today. On the sacred palace's side, everyone roared. Indeed, so what if he was an almighty? The sacred palace was formed by the wavering light, sacred ground, and the clan of the ancients. Their foundation was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, very soon, an expert walked out. You just behaved atrociously in the sacred palace, so you can stay here today. This time, an old man walked out. His hair was white, and his entire body was filled with blood. He was not an old man at the level of a living fossil, but he was still an elder. At this moment, as he walked, the entire void was strangely distorted, as if it could not withstand his power. An almighty! Everyone exclaimed, their scalps tingling. Only an almighty could have such terrifying power. As expected of the sacred palace, it was extremely terrifying. They had sent out an almighty so quickly. An almighty? However, the mysterious figure sneered and continued to move the purple beast claw above his head, slamming it down quickly. The void was torn apart, and the demonic aura was tumbling. The purple beast claw was like a dark cloud, covering the sky and earth as it fell mercilessly. Petty tricks! Watch me break you! The almighty old man snorted, and suddenly a violent force of wind and thunder appeared behind him. Suddenly, the area within a radius of dozens of miles turned into a space of wind and thunder. The violent force of thunder and lightning raged in the air, forming a powerful energy that was extremely shocking. The huge space of wind and thunder completely enveloped the mysterious figure. Wind and thunder territory. That's right, this was the Almighty's territory. At this moment, the Almighty's wind and thunder territory was extremely powerful. It was as if Thunder God, he could dominate the entire space. At the back, Lin Xian and the others were not enveloped by the wind and thunder territory, but the aftershock that was emitted shocked them. Chapter 1636. Behind them, Lin Xian and the others were not enveloped by the wind-lightning domain, but the shock waves that were emitted were enough to shock them. One could only imagine how terrifying the power of the mysterious person in the wind-lightning domain would be. Humph! You're dead meat in my wind-lightning domain. There's no way out. The sacred hall elder snorted. Then he waved his hand. Immediately, countless bolts of lightning and wind in the sky turned into a terrifying energy attack that shot towards the mysterious person. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure wielded his purple beast claw and slammed it in all directions. Waves of energy collided, bursting out a terrifying black hole that flickered. The entire wind, lightning domain whistled. In the wind, lightning domain of the Sacred Hall Elder, the mysterious figure's strength was suppressed to a certain extent. Therefore, his purple beast claw was completely penetrated by the lightning after 30 moves. Countless gusts of wind turned into a 100-foot-long crescent-shaped blade that instantly shredded the purple beast claw into pieces. Seeing that the opponent's beast claw was destroyed, the Sacred Hall warriors immediately cheered. The people in the distance were also amazed. As expected of a mighty, his attack was so powerful that even such a terrifying beast claw could be destroyed. However, Lin Xian frowned, because through his martial Tao heavenly eye, he discovered that the mysterious figure did not seem to be anxious. In other words, the other party still had a trump card that he had not used. Mighty? What a good move. You deserve my full strength. The corners of the mysterious figure's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. My blade has been thirsting for blood for a long time. I hope your blood can satisfy it. Humph, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so stubborn. The Sacred Hall Elder snorted, his expression extremely cold. He did not believe that the other party could resist his wind, lightning domain. Opposite him, the tall figure waved his hand and grabbed the huge weapon on his back. Immediately, a huge long blade appeared in front of everyone. The long blade was as tall as a person, and it was dark purple in color. There were mysterious runes on it, like demonic runes. It was very strange. From afar, it looked like the scales of some kind of wild beast, emitting a cold purple light. Not only that, there were 2 yellowish-brown eyes at the tip of the blade, one on the left and one on the right. It was very mysterious. What kind of weapon is this? It's so weird. Everyone was shocked because they discovered that just by looking at that strange large blade, they felt a chill run through their bodies, as if they had been stabbed by a sharp blade. Even Lin Xian and the others narrowed their eyes, because those 2 yellowish-brown eyes made him feel very uncomfortable, as if he was being stared at by some peerless beast. Damn it, what is this thing? It's so strange. Even Fatty Luo and Du Fei had serious expressions on their faces. That purple broadsword was too evil, making everyone's hair stand on end. His appearance even caused the entire wind and thunder domain to tremble uneasily. Damn it, how is this possible? The old man from the sacred temple had an ugly expression on his face when he saw this. He didn't expect his opponent's weapon to be so strange. Suppress him. With a cold snort, his entire body blossomed with resplendent light. Mysterious patterns revolved around him, and countless bolts of lightning surged. The entire wind and thunder domain burst out with dazzling light. Lei Chong. With an angry roar, the wind and thunder domain spun rapidly. Endless bolts of lightning carried a strong wind, exploding with a powerful force that smashed towards the mysterious person in front. This attack mobilized the power of the entire wind and thunder domain, and it was extremely violent. In the sky, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning surged, each of them hundreds of feet long. They were like thunder dragons, roaring endlessly. Beside them, there were countless crescent-shaped wind blades, shining with starlight and incomparably sharp. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth quickly enveloped the tall figure. Haha, break for me. However, in the face of such a violent attack, the tall figure was not afraid at all. He even let out a cold laugh. He held the purple broadsword in his hand, then raised his arm and slashed down. Crack! Like a mirror shattering, the shocking broadsword light was so fast that even the Chinese couldn't see it clearly. However, the consequences of that were incomparably terrifying. The thunder dragon wind blades that filled the sky were instantly cut in half. Even the places that the blade light passed through were left with a vacuum. What? It was cut in half with one slash? How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. The warriors on the Sacred Hall's side were even more horrified. This time an Almighty made a move, and the attack was extremely terrifying. The other party was still able to cut it in half with one slash. It was unbelievable. D***, what kind of power is this? The Sacred Hall's Almighty's pupils shrank, and his face turned ugly. He was very confident in his attack. This attack could kill anyone below the Almighty level. Even among those of the same level, no one could easily withstand it. However, the other party had easily cut his attack apart with one slash. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it at all. Take my next slash. On the opposite side, the tall figure snorted coldly. At this moment his black robe was fluttering without wind, shining with a black light like a flag. The purple broadsword in his hand was even more evil. The two yellowish-brown eyes seemed to come alive, and it was extremely strange. Not only that, the purple blade was extremely bright and indestructible. Slash! With a slash, the sharp blade instantly exuded an indescribable pressure and powerful force. The purple blade light carried with it thousands of rays of light, and there were even traces of mysterious Tao runes flowing around it. It was too terrifying. Just the aura alone was enough to make warriors tremble. The entire wind-thunder domain also trembled violently in an instant, and cracks even appeared in some places. Boom! In an instant, the purple blade light arrived in front of the Sacred Hall Elder, and then suddenly fell. The situation was too terrifying. The sharp blade light could tear a person's soul apart, and it was suffocating. Even the people behind the old man from the Sacred Hall were forced to kneel on the ground by that power. They could not withstand the sharpness of the blade. The Sacred Hall Elder's pupils shrank, and his scalp went numb. He did not expect the other party's power to be so terrifying. Even he was extremely shocked by this saber strike. D***, block it for me. The slash was too fast, and the others could not react in time. He could only defend himself. With a wave of his hand, the wind-thunder domain around him quickly revolved, and countless lightning and wind blades quickly condensed in front of him. A huge shield appeared out of thin air and stood in front of him. The shield was completely composed of lightning and wind blades, and it emitted a blurry light as if it had traveled through time and space. On its surface, lines of runes crisscrossed. It was like a thunder mountain that stood in the void. Chapter 1637. Boom! Not long after the lightning shield was formed, the purple blade light quickly chopped down. The two collided, producing a metallic sound. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions like the roar of 10,000 beasts. Suddenly, the surrounding void split open. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and some even trembled. Instantly, countless people channeled their spiritual power to seal their ears. Otherwise, they would be killed by the sound. How terrifying! Lin Xian was shocked as well. Streaks of sword aura appeared around him, isolating him from the terrifying sound. The dark red divine dragon, Fatty Luo, and Du Fei all did the same. Then they looked ahead with palpitations. At the point of collision, a terrifying light and energy storm erupted. However, the incomparably valiant lightning shield was actually split into two at this moment. The terrifying purple blade light tore through the sky and directly enveloped the Sacred Hall Elder. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially those from the Sacred Hall. They could not believe it. That was their Almighty. He was actually injured by someone. Who was the other party? At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. As for the Sacred Hall Elder, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. All the bones in his body were crackling. It was obvious that many parts of his body had been broken. On his chest, there was a terrifying knife wound. It had almost split him in half. As the Sacred Hall Elder was sent flying, the terrifying domain of wind and lightning disappeared in an instant. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful that he could even injure Almighty. What a terrifying blade! Lin Xian took a deep breath. his martial path eye flickering. "Elder!" On the other side, the law enforcers cried out in alarm. They all went forward to support the elder. At this moment, a green domain the size of a house instantly enveloped the elder. The green domain emitted a hazy light. Then an ancient tree grew in the domain. Countless branches trembled and quickly wrapped around the injured old man. Then a green light exploded, and a strong vitality quickly spread. The injured elder's body was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Are you okay?" A middle-aged woman quickly asked. "I'm fine. Although I'm seriously injured, I won't lose my life. But you guys have to be careful. That guy is really too strong and too strange." With the nourishment of the ancient tree, the old man's injuries were much better. However, his eyes were still filled with dread. It was obvious that the previous slash had traumatized him. Hearing the old man's words, the surrounding powerhouses also looked solemn. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. "No matter what, we have to take him down." "Right? That's a wondrous stone, transported from Origin Ancient Mine. We definitely can't lose it. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that he can fight against so many of us." Sounds of discussion could be heard. Then 3 mighty figures stood out with monstrous auras on their bodies. Apart from them, there were also 7 or 8 six-star kings. Such a lineup could be said to be extremely terrifying. The sacred palaces didn't waste any time. They quickly unleashed their king's domains and charged forward. Wong, the old man from the sacred hall, had recovered quite a bit from his injuries. With a flash of his body, he once again deployed the domain of wind and thunder. In an instant, a spatial domain with a radius of dozens of miles enveloped the surroundings. Thunder and lightning spewed out, and a violent wind blew. The terrifying energy caused the entire void to collapse. Good timing. On the opposite side, the tall figure let out a long roar, and endless purple light erupted from his body. The long saber in his hand was incomparably demonic. It was like a demonic beast that let out a low roar. With a slash of the saber, it split the surrounding thunder and lightning. However, at this time, another blue domain quickly enveloped the area. This domain was even more terrifying. As soon as it appeared, endless cold air filled the air. The sky was instantly frozen. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and each snowflake could pierce through a king. Frost domain. This was also an Almighty's domain. At this moment, it was unleashed with monstrous power. Just the aftermath alone caused a thick layer of ice to form on the bodies of the surrounding warriors. It was as if their entire bodies had been frozen into ice cubes. What a terrifying frost aura, as expected of an Almighty. This king's domain was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was also shocked. Sword qi circled around his body, flickering indeterminately, completely isolating him from the cold air around him. As for the martial path heavenly eye, it was activated to the extreme. His eyes were like 2 divine rainbows as he stared straight ahead. In front of him, the tall figure was frozen. This is a good opportunity. Let's attack together and kill him. With a cold roar, more than 10 kings attacked. There were 3 Almighties among them. That energy caused everyone to tremble. Humph! At this moment, the tall figure that was frozen let out a cold snort. Then, countless rays of light shot out from the ice. Each ray turned into a shocking purple saber light that instantly split open. Crack! 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 The ice on his body was instantly shattered into pieces. Not only that, but in front of him, 7 purple saber lights appeared in a row. Each of them was like a purple dragon that roared and rushed forward. Boom! 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 The 7 sharp saber lights carried billowing demonic aura and collided with the energy of more than 10 kings. The void completely split open, and a vast amount of energy surged out. A lot of energy swept toward the tall, mysterious figure. The tall, mysterious figure snorted coldly. His body swayed, turned into a purple light, and retreated. However, he soon frowned, because at this moment he was already enveloped by the ice domain. The surrounding ice caused his speed to decrease greatly. Therefore, it did not take long for him to be hit by the energy torrent. Boom! The violent energy exploded, and a figure was sent flying. Great! We hit him! The people from the sacred palace heaved a sigh of relief. With several people working together, they finally hit the other party. Moreover, this energy would seriously injure or even kill an almighty if they were hit. It seemed that the other party would not be spared. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. That was because the tall, mysterious figure in front of them had indeed been blasted away. The black robe on his body had instantly turned to ashes. However, the other party's aura did not weaken. Instead, it became stronger. What? How is this possible? Is he not injured? How can that be? Even an almighty would not be spared from that terrifying energy. How can he not be injured? Damn it! Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? The atmosphere on the sacred palace's side was extremely solemn. The warriors who were watching from afar were all stunned. They did not expect the tall, mysterious figure to be so terrifying. Even their combined attacks could not hurt him. Chapter 1638. In the crowd, Lin Xian looked ahead. His pupils constricted as if he had been struck by lightning. As he had used his martial Dao celestial eye, he could see everything clearly. At that moment, after the energy wave, the black robe on the tall, mysterious man was torn apart, revealing the clothes underneath. It was a red robe that was as red as blood. On the red robe, there was a black lotus. It was lifelike, as if it was real. A red robe with a black lotus. Wasn't this the person his father had warned him to be careful of? Lin Xian was shocked. In the years since he had arrived in the eastern wilderness, Lin Xian had almost forgotten about it. Moreover, he had never met anyone with a red robe with a black lotus. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. But now he had met someone with a red robe with a black lotus. How could he not be shocked? His father had told him that the person with a red robe with a black lotus was related to the person who had sealed his spirit meridians. Especially that black lotus. Lin Xian would never forget it. Back then, it was a black lotus that had sealed his spirit meridians and prevented him from cultivating. If it was not for the sword-shaped pendant, he would not have been able to cultivate. Therefore, Lin Xian hated the black lotus to the core. He did not expect to meet someone related to the black lotus here. How could he not be shocked? However, he did not act rashly, because the power that the other party had displayed was too terrifying. He could not defeat him at all. Power, I need great power. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as his eyes shone brightly, because his power was too weak now. Compared to an almighty, he was pitifully weak. He had to become an almighty as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to fight against the mysterious man in front of him. I have to become an almighty as soon as possible. Lin Xian took a deep breath and set a goal for himself. Just as he was thinking about this, the situation in front of him changed again. When the surrounding people saw the tall figure, they exclaimed in surprise. When the people from the sacred palace saw this, their pupils constricted, because the other party was too strange. How could he still stand after receiving such a powerful attack? The tall and mysterious man had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were even more ferocious. He was indeed injured, but it was not fatal. In the end, he had used his king's domain to resist that energy. However, at this moment, his ferocious nature seemed to have been stimulated. His eyes had also turned yellowish-brown, very similar to the two eyeballs on his demonic saber. Not only that, but his entire body also emitted a ferocious aura. Although we didn't manage to kill him, we were able to injure him. Let's join forces again. I don't believe that he won't die after a few more hits. On the Divine Temple side, several experts gritted their teeth and roared. This was the only way to kill the other party. A cold voice came from the tall figure in front of him. "You dare to injure me? All of you must die." He slowly raised his hand, and purple scales faintly appeared on his arm. Endless purple light gathered at the center of his palm, forming a dark purple ball of light that he threw out with a wave of his hand. Whong! The ball of light grew bigger with the wind and instantly became 1,000 feet in size. It was like a purple mountain pressing down on the void. Not only that, but the dark purple ball of light was also spinning crazily, and there was a terrifying aura on it. At the same time, a strange black formation appeared under the purple ball of light. There were mysterious runes drawn on it, and it emitted an ancient aura. "What is that?" Everyone was stunned. Even the divine temples, did not understand. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed in surprise. That was because the huge purple ball of light was spinning nonstop, forming a powerful sucking force. In an instant, 3 kings from the divine temple's side were caught off guard and were sucked away by this force. They were sucked onto the purple ball of light, and as the purple ball of light rotated, they were mercilessly crushed. The purple ball of light and the black formation below it exerted their power, forming a powerful force that instantly crushed the 3 kings into a bloody mist. Bang! Bang! Those 3 six-star kings didn't even have time to scream before they were killed. What? That's terrifying. The divine temple's side had extremely ugly expressions. They realized that the purple ball of light was too terrifying. Not long after, one of the Almighties was sucked in and was immediately seriously injured. Fortunately, the middle-aged woman made a move and enveloped the Almighties with her green domain to heal them. That was the life domain, which could heal a martial artist's injuries and prevent the Almighties from dying. What? Even the Almighties were almost killed. Everyone was shocked and even wanted to escape. However, the divine temple's side was very angry. More experts flew out from the divine temple. Not long after, 2 more Almighties arrived. The 5 Almighties were ready to join forces to kill the tall, mysterious man. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from the void. "Situ, stop fooling around. Completing the mission is more important." When the tall, mysterious man heard that voice, he immediately said coldly. Then he looked forward and said coldly, "I'll let you guys go this time." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. "Humph, where do you think you're going?" The 5 Almighties behind saw that and roared angrily. They turned into 5 streaks of light and charged forward. At that moment, the cold snort came again. At the same time, the clouds in the sky rolled, forming an illusory eye that looked down. Buzz! As soon as this eye appeared, the 5 Almighties who were chasing after him trembled and stopped in their tracks. They looked up at the mysterious eyes with ugly expressions on their faces, because just now they felt like they were being stared at by a peerless beast. In fact, all the hair on their bodies stood on end. This feeling was too uncomfortable. Ever since they became Almighties, they had not felt this way for a long time. It was as if that eye could take their lives at any time. At this moment, everyone trembled under the gaze of this gigantic eye. This was because they could not withstand the supreme aura that was emitted at all. In the crowd, Lin Xian also exclaimed, "Virtual Sky Eye." This huge eye reminded him of Zhao Shui's eye technique, the Virtual Sky Eye. However, he soon shook his head and denied it. "No, this is not the Virtual Sky Eye. It's an even more powerful eye technique." "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Lin Xian was shocked and also felt a sense of trepidation. Even the light of his martial, Dao, heavenly eye dimmed a little. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon was still fine. As a member of the dragon race, he was able to withstand such supreme pressure. Fatty Luo and Du Fei also trembled with the crowd. This trembling came from the soul and was uncontrollable. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and formed the dragon sword realm, enveloping the dark red dragon, Fatty Luo and Du Fei. His dragon sword realm was evolved from the great dragon sword. It was a saint technique and could completely isolate the supreme aura. Therefore, when the dragon sword realm appeared, Fatty Luo and Du Fei both breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1639. Fuck, that scared me to death. Fuck, what kind of eye is that? How can it be so terrifying? Those mighty figures are starting to tremble. Fatty Luo and Du Fei's hearts palpitated. The dark, red, divine dragon's eyes flickered. Damn it, could it be the legendary eye? Even He too, who had been resting, was startled. What a powerful bloodline power! Could it really be the legendary eye? Lin Xian was about to ask what kind of eye it was when a long roar came from the front. Everyone retreat. This long roar was filled with age. It was obvious that this was the anger of a living fossil. Hearing this, the 5 mighty figures retreated decisively. That eye was too much of a threat to them. Seeing the 5 of them retreat, one of the living fossil elders had a monstrous blood aura that dyed the entire sky red. In the next moment, he stretched out a huge palm that covered the sky and covered a radius of 1,000 miles as he grabbed downward. With a loud bang, air waves rolled, and all the warriors in the sealed space fell to the ground. Only Lin Xian and the others were spared because of the existence of the dragon's sword realm. This time, even the tall and mysterious man, who had always been arrogant, narrowed his eyes. Facing the huge hand that covered the sky, even he felt a sense of trepidation as if he was on the verge of death. This was the attack of a living fossil. It was extremely terrifying and even surpassed that of a mighty figure. With a roar, the tall and mysterious man wanted to use all his strength to resist. However, at that moment, a young figure appeared beside him. It was the young man who was with him. That handsome young man was also wearing a red robe with a black lotus. As soon as he appeared, he pulled the tall figure and quickly retreated. Go, this is an order. When the tall middle-aged man heard this, he did not hesitate and left. The 2 of them fled into the distance. Want to run? You're overestimating yourselves. This area has already been sealed. You can't escape at all. Behind them, the warriors from the sacred temple sneered. That was indeed the case. The entire space was sealed by the living fossil elders. Even mighty figures could not escape. No matter how powerful the 2 people in front were, they would not be able to break the seal. Moreover, there was a terrifying palm above them that was mercilessly descending. That palm strike was probably enough to kill a mighty figure. However, the 2 mysterious men did not hesitate at all. They continued to walk into the distance. Soon, the 2 of them arrived in front of the sealing barrier. It was a translucent wall of light with countless runes flickering on it. This was the seal formed by the living fossil elder. Every single rune contained an incomparably unique power. At this moment, they were all connected together and were incomparably powerful. It was like an impenetrable wall that could not be opened at all. However, at this moment, a white flame suddenly floated out of the mysterious eye in the sky. Without any sound, it landed on the barrier. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the barrier melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a hole. Let's go! The handsome young man and the tall middle-aged man turned into lightning and instantly disappeared. What? The seal has been broken? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, especially those from the sacred hall, who could not believe their eyes. That was the seal formed by the combined efforts of the living fossil elders. How could it be broken by someone? It was too inconceivable. Even the living fossils had gloomy expressions, their gazes uncertain. Boom! In the sky, the huge hand that covered 1,000 miles ruthlessly slammed down, shattering the void. However, the 2 mysterious men had already disappeared. Damn it! Chase! We must catch them! Angry roars could be heard. Then, a few living fossils and the mighty figures quickly moved and chased into the distance. This was because the missing stone was transported from the Primordium ancient mine. It was extremely mysterious and might contain rare treasures. Therefore, they could not afford to lose it. The warriors from the sacred hall rushed into the distance like a torrent of lightning. At the same time, the surrounding seal also disappeared. Hurry up and run! The surrounding trapped warriors also screamed at this moment. One by one, they moved their bodies and fled in all directions. This was because if they did not leave now, they would not be able to escape when they were sealed again. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Let's go and take a look. To be honest, the two mysterious men were very attractive to him. He wanted to know who they were. What kind of organization did they belong to? He had to figure it out to find the mastermind behind this. All right, let's go and take a look. To be honest, Fatty Luo and Du Fei were also very confused. Therefore, they discussed and prepared to follow the sacred hall to take a look. However, they were stopped after flying for a few dozen miles. Kid, trying to run? Not so easy. A group of people appeared in all directions and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Kid, how dare you offend the Tuoba family? You're dead this time. Humph! Hand over the 10,000 lightning hammer, or today will be the day you die. Cold laughter could be heard. It was extremely cold and sent chills down one's spine. It turned out that the people who stopped Lin Xian were none other than the Tuoba family and the 10,000 lightning sect. The strongest few were Tuoba Yi, Tuoba Yulong, and the 10,000 lightning saint. However, the unfettered saint and the unfettered sect did not come. Among them, Tuoba Yi, Tuoba Yulong, and the 10,000 lightning saints' eyes burned with rage. They could not wait to cut Lin Xian into pieces to vent their anger. Who was I? So, it's a bunch of losers. Why? You're not convinced? How dare you find trouble with us? Fatty Luo snorted in disdain. I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, the consequences of offending us will be dire. Du Fei sneered. Cut the crap. If you don't hand over the 10,000 lightning hammer today, don't even think about leaving. The 10,000 lightning saints' face darkened. The 10,000 lightning hammer was his weapon and a treasure of the 10,000 lightning sect. He could not lose it. Otherwise, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire eastern wilderness. Tuoba Yulong's aged eyes shone with a terrifying light. The two of you are the descendants of the 10 villains, so we won't touch you. However, we won't let that Lin kid off. How dare you offend the Tuoba family? You must pay the price. Hand over the 6 divine crystals and the earth-grade cultivation technique. Hand over your spirit-seeking art and eye technique, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world. Tuoba Ye's expression was hideous. As a prodigy of the Tuoba family, he was usually arrogant and looked down on everyone. However, he had suffered at the hands of Lin Xian time and time again. He could not accept this. Not only that, but Lin Xian's eye technique and spirit-seeking art made him extremely greedy. Chapter 1640. To be honest, it wasn't just the Tuoba family and Myriad Thunder sect. There were countless figures in the surroundings. They were like ghosts, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian did have a great treasure, not to mention the Myriad Thunder Hammer. Just the 6 divine crystals and a peak earth tier cultivation technique were enough to make countless people jealous. If it weren't for the Tuoba family and Myriad Thunder sect, there would probably be other experts who would come to intercept them. Hurry up and scram. If you anger us, aren't you afraid of the 10 villains' revenge? Fatty Luo snorted. However, the Myriad Thunder saint only grinned. Don't scare us. The 10 villains are powerful, but they aren't here. Moreover, we're just taking back what belongs to us. The 10 villains can't do anything about it. Tuoba Yulong also smiled. Don't worry, young masters. We won't hurt you. At that time, even the 10 villains wouldn't be able to say anything. As he spoke, he waved the dragon-headed cane in his hand. Immediately, The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. In the next moment, the ground beneath Fatty Luo and Du Fei's feet cracked. 6 light pillars as thick as buckets surged from the ground, connecting the sky and directly enveloping Fatty Luo and Du Fei. You 2 young masters, just stay inside and watch the battle properly. Tuoba Yulong's old voice sounded. The 6 light pillars flickered with incomparable light and contained a powerful aura, enveloping Fatty Luo and Du Fei. Fuck, damn old bastard. How dare you seal me? Fatty Luo was furious. He waved his hand and slapped forward. Immediately, a golden palm covered in countless runes slammed into the 6 beams of light. Boom! There was a loud explosion and the world shook. However, the 6 pillars of light were completely intact. They had not been blasted apart. Damn it, what is this? Du Fei also clenched his teeth and waved the folding fan in his hand. Several silver light blades quickly slashed down. His cultivation wasn't low. Even a 4-star king would find it difficult to resist these silver light blades. However, at this moment, they only burst into countless sparks when they hit the 6 light pillars. They didn't break. Stop struggling, you 2. This is our Tuoba family's unique spirit-seeking technique. You can't break it. Tuoba Yi had a complacent expression. This is borrowing the power of the earth spirit vein. It is impossible for you people to break it open. He was right. Seeker spirit masters were not only good at stone gambling, but they were also very good at fighting. That was because their spirit-seeking technique was able to find earth spirit veins and borrow their power to fight. That was how the 6 light pillars of spiritual qi were condensed. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to have such a trick up his sleeve. Activating his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, he discovered that the 6 light pillars were indeed connected to an earth spirit vein. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded, his expression cold. If you want to kill me with just these methods, you're dreaming. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. Start a massacre? With just you? Tuoba Yi snorted in disdain. Junior, you're too arrogant. You don't have the right to say such words in front of me. Tuoba Yulong's expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The saint son of 10,000 thunder sneered. Reckless thing, go to hell. He waved his hand, and countless lightning bolts surged out. At the same time, Tuoba Yulong waved his dragon-headed walking stick. Instantly, the earth trembled again. The ground beneath Lin Xian's feet cracked open, and multiple light pillars roared out like dragons. Haha, kid die. Mopea Yi laughed maniacally. He seemed to be able to see Lin Xian being killed. Heavenly dragons, 8 steps. Lin Xian's figure flashed as he executed his extreme movement technique and instantly disappeared. Boom! Boom! The sky full of divine lightning and huge spiritual chi light pillars all missed. What fast speed? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the other party to have such speed. On the other side, Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and directly disappeared, dodging 2 sharp attacks. Then he didn't stop. He turned into a beam of light and charged forward. Since both parties had become enemies, there was no need for him to hold back. In an instant, he appeared before Tuoba Yi. The Dragon Sword Realm was quickly executed and shrouded Tuoba Yi. Damn it, get lost. Tuoba Yi's expression was ugly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to target him the moment he appeared. With a furious roar, he waved both his palms and slammed towards Lin Xian. As a genius of the Tuoba family, he wasn't only a seeker spirit master, but his martial cultivation wasn't weak either. He was a 4-star king. At this moment, he waved both his palms and formed 2 jade palms that blasted forward. Mystic jade palms. This was an earth-tier, mid-grade martial art that was extremely powerful. However, in front of Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Realm, it couldn't even retaliate. Resplendent sword chi flashed and directly shattered the mystic jade palms. Tuoba Yi screamed and quickly retracted his palms. His face was extremely distorted, because his palms had countless cuts and were dripping with blood. Some places even revealed white bones. In just a single move, he was severely injured. He couldn't believe it. At the same time, he was extremely terrified. Previously, he had already used his eye technique to check on Lin Xian. Lin Xian was only a 2-star king. Such a person wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. However, he didn't expect Lin Xian to have such terrifying combat strength despite his weak cultivation. That sharp sword chi didn't even give him any chance to retaliate. Therefore, at the next moment, he retreated frantically and screamed, "Elder, save me!" Everything seemed slow, but it only happened in an instant. When Tuoba Yulong saw this, he was infuriated. Lin Xian actually dared to make a move on Tuoba Yi. He couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, with a furious roar, he quickly waved his dragon-headed walking stick. With a flash of light, that walking stick seemed to have come alive and turned into a yellow dragon that surged forward rapidly. He wanted to save Tuoba Yi. However, Lin Xian snorted. With a wave of his palm, the dragon's sword realm instantly enveloped Tuoba Yi. The sky was filled with sharp sword chi that slashed down mercilessly. PFFF! PFFF! Tuoba Ye's body was instantly penetrated by countless sword chi. The defense on the surface of his body was completely useless. Fresh blood spurted as Tuoba Yi fell down rapidly with endless unwillingness and fear. Until this moment, he still didn't believe that Lin Xian could kill him so easily. "Ah, kid, I want you dead." Seeing Tuoba Yi killed, Tuoba Yulong roared crazily and looked extremely malevolent. Because Tuoba Yi was a genius of the Tuoba family's younger generation. Not only was his cultivation high, but his spirit-seeking technique was also exceptional. He was highly valued among the younger generation. This time he had even followed Tuoba Yulong to participate in the Sacred Hall's stone gambling convention. However, he didn't expect to be killed here. Chapter 1641. At this moment, Tuoba Yulong had gone completely crazy. His white hair fluttered rapidly and he looked like a demon. As he waved his walking stick, the ground cracked rapidly. Earth spirit veins rushed out from the ground one after another, turning into swords and knives that slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to dodge quickly. Coiling snake stick, Tuoba Yulong attacked crazily. The dragon head walking stick in his hand turned into a ferocious python that instantly enveloped the void. It bit at Lin Xian. This dragon head walking stick was not simple. It was an earth-grade treasure. At this moment, its energy was extremely terrifying. In an instant, the ferocious dragon snake head locked onto Lin Xian. "Die, brat!" The whole void shook violently as the staff swept down. Even a 5-star king wouldn't be able to withstand the shocking energy. Lin Xian let out a cold snort as his eyes lit up. Myriad sword art, 9,000 swords power! With a low bellow, the dragon's sword domain rotated rapidly. 9,000 sharp sword beams quickly combined to form a gigantic heavenly sword, which slashed forward ruthlessly. Lin Xian's myriad sword art had already reached greater mastery. When he used it now, it was terrifying to the extreme. Boom! The power of 9,000 swords formed a gigantic heavenly sword that was incomparably terrifying. It directly blasted the dragon head, walking stick back. Boom! Boom! Tuoba Yulong took 3 steps back, creating a huge crack in the void. At the same time, his face was full of shock. Damn it, how is this possible? He was too shocked. His attack was enough to kill a 5-star king. However, not only was the other party fine, but he was also blasted back. He couldn't believe that a 2-star king could have such powerful combat strength. At the same time, the myriad thunder saint's expression was also solemn. he was also extremely shocked. Therefore, in the next moment, he pushed his combat strength to the limit and quickly attacked. A huge lightning domain instantly formed, covering a radius of dozens of miles. Lightning rolled in the sky, and the myriad thunder saints stood in the void like a thunder god. In the next moment, he attacked ruthlessly. Hand of the thunder god. The domain of thunder and lightning above churned as countless bolts of lightning surged, forming a giant hand of thunder and lightning that connected heaven and earth. With shocking power, it slammed downwards. Boom! That giant lightning hand was several hundred feet long. It stretched out from the thunder clouds in the sky, as if it was the real hand of the heavens. How terrifying! Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked and swallowed their saliva. This should be the ultimate technique of the 10,000 Thunder Sect, the hand of the Thunder God. It's hard to imagine that the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun has cultivated it to such a level. It's over. I'm afraid that Lin Kid won't be able to fight back. What a pity. 6 divine gems and a top Earth-class cultivation technique are going to fall into the hands of the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Everyone shook their heads and sighed, thinking that Lin Xian was doomed. As for Lin Xian, he supported the dragon sword domain. His expression was incomparably cold, and his body was surrounded by sword chi. The dragon sword domain collided with the lightning domain, producing a sound like that of a tsunami. Endless cracks appeared in the void. At the same time, Lin Xian performed the first level of the 6-god sword technique. Suddenly, the dragon sword domain was surrounded by countless red sword chi, and at the same time, an illusory sword god shadow faintly appeared. The sword god shadow sat cross-legged in the void like an ancient sword god, and its terrifying aura suppressed all directions. Kill! Lin Xian raised the 9 hell demon sword and roared. Immediately, the sword god's image filled the sky with red sword light as it charged upwards. Crack! With a loud sound, the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun's hand of the Thunder God was attacked by the sword chi and countless cracks appeared. Then it exploded and scattered in all directions. What? The Thunder God's hand is broken? How is that possible? The surrounding people exclaimed in disbelief. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun was even more shocked. His Thunder God's hand was extremely terrifying. How could his opponent resist it? However, he didn't have time to think. The next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly retreated to the side. That was because the red sword god's phantom was charging towards him at high speed. That fierce aura made him feel like he was on the verge of death. Buzz! A red sword chi was emitted from the sword god shadow and instantly slashed in front of him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun dodged the sword chi by force. However, the aftermath of the sword chi made him feel pain all over, and his body almost split open. After missing the attack, the red sword god's shadow quickly dimmed. Then it returned to Lin Xian's dragon sword realm and sat down cross-legged. Lin Xian didn't argue with his opponent. He had already sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon, asking it to help Du Fei and Fatty Luo crack the 6 spiritual chi light pillars. Now it had been successfully cracked. Let's go! Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly came to their side. The dragon sword realm roared and turned into a flying dragon, carrying everyone and rushing into the distance. He didn't want to stay here for too long, because he had many treasures with him. Even if he killed Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, there would be more people coming. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. Under the extreme speed of the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian and the others were extremely fast. In an instant, they disappeared into the horizon. Want to run? Damn it, chase after him. Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun roared. Both of them had suffered a great loss. How could they let Lin Xian go? After hearing that, the martial artists around them also moved. They followed behind Tuoba Yulong and the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, turning into streaks of shocking light as they chased forward. The martial artists hiding in the surroundings also followed silently, because the treasures this time were too abundant. Whether it was the 10,000 Thunderhammer, the 10,000 Beast Cauldron in Lin Xian's hands, the 6 Divine Nerves, or a top Earth grade cultivation technique, any one of them could make countless people jealous. At this moment, all of these things were in Lin Xian's hands. How could they not go crazy? No one gave up. They all chased after him. Of course, they all followed unhurriedly, because they wanted the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and the others to fight with Lin Xian. When both sides were injured, they would appear and reap the benefits. However, half a day later, everyone's expressions were extremely ugly, because they had lost track of him. Not only the hidden martial artists behind them, but even the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and Tuoba Yulong looked ferocious. The other party's speed was too fast. They couldn't keep up at all. Even if the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun had the speed of lightning, he was still a little slower. Damn it! Everyone gritted their teeth. Investigate. We must find out that kid's identity. The 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun gritted his teeth. He had to take back the 10,000 Thunderhammer. Not only that, he also wanted to kill the other party and snatch the treasures on him. Tuoba Yulong had the same idea. Therefore, he also asked the people of the Tuoba family to hurry up and find out about the other party. Moreover, he also spread the word that if anyone could provide information about the other party or help him catch the other party, he would give someone a strange stone for free. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Tuoba Yulong was an extremely powerful seeker. Although he lost to Lin Xian last time, no one doubted his strength. Unexpectedly, in order to catch Lin Xian this time, he actually agreed to give away a strange stone. This was absolutely shocking news. Chapter 1642. The 10,000 Thunder Saint gave the order to track down Lin Xian with all their might. On the other side, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and flew quickly with Fatty Luo and the others. A day later, they were finally far away from the sacred palace. Lin Xian's speed also came to a halt. Damn, the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the Tuoba family. I'll remember this. I'll never let them off the hook. Fatty Luo gritted his teeth. As the descendants of the 10 great villains, no one dared to lay a hand on them. But this time, that Tuoba Yulong dared to lay a hand on them? How despicable. Yes, we must take revenge. Du Fei also snorted. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No hurry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I may have to return to the sect now. Brother Lin, are you going back? Fatty Luo and Du Fei were reluctant to part with him. Yes, the sect's mission is completed, and the deadline is almost up. I have to go back quickly. They chatted for a while. Then Lin Xian and the dark red dragon bid farewell to Fatty Luo and Du Fei and set off again. Indeed, the alchemy sect gave him a month's time. Now that it was almost time, Lin Xian had to go back. Otherwise, he would arouse the sect's suspicion. 2 days later, he came to the place where he had landed and waited for the gate to open. Sure enough, the alchemy sect's teleportation array appeared in the sky again at the specified time. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he directly entered the gate with the dark red dragon. When he came out again, he was already back at the alchemy sect. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he circulated the longevity incantation to stabilize the spiritual power in his body. He was now very far away from the sacred palace. Even if a king could fly, it would take him a few years to reach there. Therefore, it was impossible for the 10,000 Thunder Saint and the others to find him. Moreover, what made him even happier was that the harvest this time was too great. 6 divine gems and a top Earth-class cultivation technique. This was definitely a sky-high price. If anyone knew about this, they would definitely go crazy with jealousy. Lin Xian was also very careful. He returned to the sect and hurriedly handed in the mission. Then he returned to his own mountain and went into seclusion. Lin Xian raised his hand and set up a seal. He gave 2 of the divine crystals to the dark red divine dragon and kept the other 4 for his own cultivation. This divine crystal was worthy of being called a rare treasure. Lin Xian was overjoyed by its abundant energy. For nerves had allowed his cultivation base to reach the late-stage 2-star king realm. The dragon's sword domain was strengthened once again. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xian opened his eyes. This time, it took him half a month to absorb the divine crystals. This kind of speed of improvement was astonishing. Lin Xian was very satisfied with his current state. With a flip of his palm, he took out the peak earth tier cultivation technique. He didn't have a cultivation technique of this level in his hands at the moment. The apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist was an extremely terrifying fist technique. Its power surpassed any of the martial arts cultivation techniques that Lin Xian currently possessed. However, although this cultivation technique was powerful, the requirements for the cultivator were also very high. First of all, to use this fist technique, one had to have an extremely strong physique. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this fist technique. Moreover, the cultivator also needed to have a trace of the bloodline of dragons in order to be able to fully execute the apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. It could be said that these conditions were very harsh and difficult for ordinary people to meet, especially the second condition. After Lin Xian saw it, he snorted coldly. No wonder the other party gave him a top cultivation technique so readily, because in the eyes of ordinary people, it was impossible to cultivate. With a strong physique, it was possible. If one wanted to use the bloodline of dragons, one had to be a dragon like the dark red divine dragon, or a demon race related to dragons. The other possibility was to slay a dragon and obtain its bloodline power. However, this kind of situation was even rarer. Therefore, this apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist could only be looked at and could not be cultivated. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Others couldn't cultivate it, but he could. He had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which was a very special dragon soul. Therefore, Lin Xian's current state was equivalent to a dragon. It was just that they weren't real dragons. However, to cultivate this apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist, it was indeed enough. This apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist was very fierce and abnormally fierce. It was very difficult to cultivate. This set of fist techniques also contained 5 killer moves. It could be said that its power was extremely great. The more Lin Xian looked at it, the more delighted he became. If he used the apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist, coupled with his dragon sword domain, he would definitely be able to unleash a terrifying combat strength. Therefore, in the following days, Lin Xian was completely immersed in cultivating the apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. Time passed quickly. During this period, the sect sent a blue wave pill. Other than that, Lin Xian had been in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Xian was now at the entry level of the apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist. From this point, it could be seen how difficult this apocalyptic Black Dragon Fist was to cultivate, because in the past, in a month's time, Lin Xian could almost cultivate a middle-grade Earth-tier martial art to the small success stage, and now he was only at the entry level. As expected of a top-grade Earth-tier martial art, Lin Xian also exclaimed in surprise. However, even if he had just entered the entry level, the power was incomparably terrifying, even surpassing a middle-grade Earth-tier martial art at the large success stage. However, he didn't continue to cultivate, because the entire alchemy sect suddenly heard a low bell sound. Obviously, something big had happened. Clang! The melodious bell sound slowly echoed throughout the entire alchemy sect. Lin Xian stood up and withdrew the surrounding defensive array. Then, his figure flashed and flew into the distance. Along the way, he saw many core disciples also soar into the sky. Obviously, these people had received the news. Lin Xian. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind. Lin Xian turned around and saw a beautiful figure rushing toward him at high speed. Chu Yu. Lin Xian smiled. You're here too. Of course. How can I not come for such a big matter? Chu Yu smiled. Do you know this is a good opportunity for us? Good opportunity? What opportunity? Lin Xian was puzzled. You don't know? Chu Yu was surprised. What do you usually do? I've been in seclusion these days. Why? Something big happened in the sect? Lin Xian scratched his head and asked with a smile. It is indeed a big matter, but it's not just our alchemy sect. Chu Yu said, do you know that in a while it will be the day of the Holy Land selection? As a subsidiary sect of the Yaoguang Holy Land, our alchemy sect has a chance to participate in the selection every 10 years. This time it's our turn. Chapter 1643. Some of these core disciples might be able to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground directly. Chu Yu said with a smile. What? The sacred ground sect selection. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. He did not expect such a thing to happen. After Chu Yu's explanation, Su Chen understood. The sacred ground sect selection was held once every 10 years. It was a competition between the 3 subsidiary sects of the Yaoguang sacred ground. In the end, the top 3 would have a chance to enter the Yaoguang sacred ground. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the alchemy faction and its disciples. The sacred ground was the top force in the eastern wilderness. It was an overlord that was on par with the remote antiquity families. Every disciple of the sacred ground was an extremely outstanding genius. Their strength was terrifying and unimaginable. Moreover, the sacred ground's foundation was very rich. If one could enter the sacred ground to cultivate, it would definitely be a great fortune. Lin Xian and Chu Yu chatted as they flew quickly. Not long after, the 2 of them arrived at the alchemy faction square. At this moment, there were already many people gathered there. These were all core disciples. Only core disciples were qualified to participate in the sacred ground selection. Lin Xian took a rough look and realized that there were about 300 core disciples. Each of them was outstanding and had a powerful aura. At this moment, these people had excited expressions on their faces. This was because they knew that this time there was a high possibility that someone among them would break through and become a sacred ground disciple. That would be an unparalleled honor and a great fortune. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian and Chu Yu's landing immediately attracted a lot of attention. Of course, most of them looked at Chu Yu. It could not be helped. She was a personal disciple and had a high status. Among the core disciples, she was also a top existence. Such a person would definitely be an extremely powerful opponent in the sacred ground selection. Therefore, these core disciples paid special attention. As for Lin Xian, they only glanced at him and then no longer paid attention. This was because they found that he was only a late-stage 2-star king. This cultivation was too weak. They did not even understand how he became a core disciple. Such a person was nothing more than cannon fodder in the Holy Land selections. Therefore, they would not waste too much energy to pay attention. Lin Xian shook his head slightly in the face of the disdainful gazes. These people simply did not know what was called jumping ranks to battle. After Lin Xian and Chu Yu arrived, more and more core disciples arrived. The entire square was filled with martial artists, their powerful auras connecting heaven and earth. Not long after, the door to the main hall opened. A group of elders walked out from within. The person at the front was an old man in a robe. He was the sect master of the alchemy sect, Dan Chenzi. Lin Xian was slightly surprised to see him. He hadn't expected Dan Chenzi to appear at a time like this. It seemed like he had underestimated the importance of the Holy Land selections. At the side, all the core disciples bowed to the front. "Greetings, sect master." "No need to be so courteous." Dan Chenzi smiled and said, I'm sure you know why I've gathered you here. That's right. I've gathered all of you here for the Holy Land selection. As expected, upon receiving the affirmation of the sect leader, the surrounding core disciples were all agitated. There was nothing that could be done about it. Among these core disciples, the youngest was in their 20s, while the oldest was already over 100 years old. However, they were all kings. Therefore, in terms of appearance, the core disciples who were over 100 years old looked like they were in their 30s. However, they had been waiting for this day for a long time. In front of them, Dan Chinzi slowly said, "The Holy Land selection this time is no different from the previous ones. It's also divided into 3 stages. An elder will lead you to the first 2 stages. As for me, I'll be waiting for your return at the 3rd stage. At that time, not only me, but the experts of the Wavering Light Sacred Land will also be there. I hope all of you will perform well and strive to enter the Wavering Light Sacred Land. Yes, we'll do our best to enter the Holy Land." The group of core disciples was excited. Lin Xian was slightly puzzled because he didn't know what the 3 stages were. However, it wouldn't take long for him to find out. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Some of the surrounding core disciples were already in discussion. "With my cultivation, the 1st stage isn't a problem at all. The 2nd stage is fine too. However, the 3rd stage is a little difficult. Yeah, I wonder what outstanding geniuses will appear from the other 2 sects this time. Our dance sect will be led by the 10 direct disciples." These people were discussing animatedly. It was obvious that they were participating in the Holy Land selection. Lin Xian perked up his ears and listened for a while. He had a rough understanding of the situation. The Wavering Light Sacred Land had 3 subsidiary sections. There were the Dance sect, the High Void sect, and the Purple Sun sect. These 3 sects were similar in strength, but the Purple Sun sect was the strongest. The other 2 sects also had more than 300 core disciples. Moreover, the 3 sects were led by the 10 direct disciples and formed the strongest echelon. And every time, the top 3 would always emerge from these personal disciples. Among these direct disciples, there were 3 senior direct disciples. They were the Dan sect, Dan Feng, the High Void sect, Shao Cheng, the Purple Sun sect, Ding Peng. These 3 people were powerful and unfathomable. It was rumored that they could already stand shoulder to shoulder with the disciples of the peerless Sacred Land and the clan of the Ancients. It could be said that they were the hot favorites in this competition. Lin Xian listened from the side and secretly memorized these people. On the other side, after Dan Chinzi finished speaking, another sect elder walked out and distributed some things to the core disciples. Among them was a jade scroll and a few pills. The jade scroll recorded the basic content of the Holy Land selection. The pills were probably prepared for them. They were recovery or healing pills. At this moment, Dan Chinzi chuckled and said again, "Now you've received the pills. There's a purple pill among them. Swallow it now, and I'll help you increase your strength." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and then overjoyed. Soon, everyone swallowed the purple medicinal pellets they'd obtained in their hands. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He knew that Dan Chinzi wasn't a good person. He probably didn't have good intentions for letting them take the pill. However, if he didn't take it, he would definitely attract attention. Therefore, he could only swallow the purple pill and quickly circulate the longevity incantation. He hoped that the longevity incantation could reverse the flow and discover the difference in the pill. As expected, after swallowing the pill, the longevity incantation in Lin Xian's body reversed. This meant that there was definitely something wrong with the pill. Lin Xian gathered the medicinal power of the purple pill and didn't expel it immediately. Chapter 1644. Lin Xian gathered the medicinal power of the purple pill and did not expel it immediately. However, he did not absorb it. Dan Chinzi nodded in satisfaction when he saw that all the core disciples had consumed the purple pill. "All right, go back and prepare. Gather here in 3 days. An elder will lead you. Yes, we'll take our leave. All the core disciples bowed again. Then they rose into the air and returned to their mountains. Lin Xian bid farewell to Chu Yu and left as well. After returning to the mountain, Lin Xian raised his hand and set up a defensive array to prevent others from probing. Then he opened his mouth and spat out the purple pill. Damn, there's something wrong. The dark red dragon also jumped out with a frown. Kid, are you still going to participate in the Holy Land trials? I think the alchemy faction is very strange. I'm afraid they're plotting something. Lin Xian's expression turned serious. Of course, I'm going to participate. If I withdraw now, I'm afraid the alchemy faction will hunt me down. Moreover, I think the alchemy faction's secret will be exposed during the Holy Land trials. When the time comes, I want to see what Dan Chenzi is plotting. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the rest came to the alchemy faction's square again. This time, 3 elders and more than 10 deacons were leading the group. One of the 3 elders had a very powerful aura. Lin Xian estimated that he was at the almighty level. The alchemy faction's almighty waved his hand and a huge spirit boat rose into the air. Then Lin Xian and the other core disciples all boarded the spirit boat and flew into the distance. The spirit boat was very fast, like lightning. Even so, it took 10 days to reach its destination. The serene moon forest was very vast. It was surrounded by mountains. The huge spirit boat was descending towards one of the valleys. The valley was very big. From the sky, it looked like a half moon. When they got closer, they realized that there were many people in the valley. The descent of the alchemy faction's spirit boat naturally attracted attention. Soon, a ray of red light flew over from the half-moon valley. So it's a fellow Taoist from the Pill sect. A laugh rang out. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His aura was powerful. He had reached the level of a 6-star king. So it's fellow Taoist Han. The alchemy ancestor also smiled slightly. Then the other 2 elders and a dozen deacons beside him also quickly greeted the red-robed, middle-aged man. Looking at these people, there was a trace of respect and fear. Don't look down on him just because he's a 6-star king. Our alchemy sect and the other 2 sects don't dare to behave atrociously here. Chu, you said via voice transmission. Hee, can you guess why? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, Could it be that the other party is from the Yaoguang Holy Land? That's right. The other party is from the Wavering Light Holy Land. Even our alchemy sect's almighty wouldn't dare to be rude to them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He had seen the might of an almighty before. Such a person could be said to be an overlord in the eastern wilderness. However, a 6-star king from the Yaoguang Holy Land could make an almighty feel fear. One had to admit that the Holy Land strength was too terrifying. In front, a few elders and the red-robed, middle-aged man discussed for a while. Then the alchemy ancestor turned around and said, We're going to discuss the competition. You guys can go down by yourselves. Communicate with your senior and junior brothers from the other sections. Yes. Everyone agreed. Then, one by one, they rose into the air and flew down. The half-moon valley had beautiful scenery and abundant spirit chi. It was a good place to rest. At this moment, the arrival of Lin Xian and the other alchemy sect disciples naturally attracted the attention of the Purple Sun sect and Lingshu sect. Among them, the 10 core disciples of the alchemy sect stood at the front. They descended forcefully, bringing with them countless gusts of wind. It's the alchemy sect. In the valley, the people from the other 2 sects also narrowed their eyes. Their expressions were solemn. They had no choice. This time they weren't here to sightsee. It was a very intense competition. It could be said that everyone was a potential opponent. Hee, Dan Feng, how have you been? At this moment, a very handsome young man in white walked out and looked forward with a smile. Although his body didn't emit any light, there was an aura that made everyone feel uncomfortable. Xiao Cheng! Dan Feng was a very beautiful woman. She wore a 5-colored robe, and there was a serious look on her beautiful face. Her pair of long and narrow eyes flickered with a bright light. At the same time, there was a fiery red light on her body that overlapped like a phoenix. It carried a scorching aura. Immediately, the aura of the entire valley rose by a lot. So powerful! The surrounding disciples were shocked, and their expressions were incomparably solemn. The young man in white smiled and said, "Looks like your fire phoenix technique has broken through again. You're not bad either. I'm afraid you've already cultivated the Lingshu technique to the 6th level." Dan Feng's voice was cold, but it was abnormally pleasant to hear. "I'm nothing. I'm afraid that Ding Peng is even more powerful. I heard that his Purple Sun divine technique has already broken through to the 7th level. The 7th level." Even Dan Feng frowned when she heard this. What a troublesome guy. Hee, it's my honor to be praised by Fairy Dan Feng. Another laughter sounded. Immediately after, a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a young man in a purple robe with a devilish smile on his face. There was a purple aura floating on his body. It was very mysterious. Ding Peng. On the alchemy sect side, there was also a burst of exclamations as if they were facing a great enemy. Ding Peng, the eldest direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect. His strength was terrifying. Probably no one in the entire valley was his match. The only ones who could fight against him were their eldest senior sister, Dan Feng, and the eldest direct disciple of the Spirit Void sect, Xiao Cheng. In the distance, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and kept sizing up the 3 of them. These 3 should be the top geniuses of the 3 major sections. Not bad, they're indeed very strong, but compared to the 1,000 Thunder Saint, they seem to be a little lacking. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he kept comparing in his heart. How about it? Do you want to spar? Ding Peng stood in the void and asked indifferently. Forget it, there's no need to spar. When it comes to the 3rd stage, a battle will do. Dan Feng shook her head slightly. Then, her figure swayed and came to the valley. I won't fight with you either. On the other side, Xiao Cheng of the Spirit Void sect also laughed. Recently, I've been cultivating a kind of lost art. I'll have a breakthrough in the next 2 days. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you an unexpected surprise. As he said that, his body and mind swayed and he landed below. No matter what you cultivate, you're not my match. Chapter 1645. Next, everyone rested in this valley, waiting for the upcoming 1st round. Through the jade slip, Lin Xian already knew the content of the 1st round. It was a team competition. Everyone would form different teams and enter the Hidden Moon Forest together. Each small team could only have a maximum of 3 people. At the very least, they could act alone. Under normal circumstances, no one would act alone because it was easy to be eliminated in this situation. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Dan Feng and Ding Peng probably disdained to form a team with others. As for the others, they would probably form a 3-person team. At the very least, it would be a 2-person team. Every team would be given half a jade pendant, and what these teams had to do was to snatch other people's jade pendants in the forest and form a complete jade pendant. Only by forming a complete jade pendant within the stipulated time and handing it over to the designated location would they be considered to have passed. This was the content of the 1st round. It looked very simple, but there were some hidden traps in it. One of them was that other than the team itself, no one knew which half of the jade pendant the other teams had obtained. This required the martial artist to search for it himself. Moreover, the more important point was that this 1st round was very easy to eliminate people, because there would be experts who would carry out a thorough cleaning inside. Those people were powerful and had also completed a complete jade pendant. But they would not stop. Instead, they would attack others crazily and eliminate them. It could be said that it was very cruel. Next, it was to form teams. Basically, it was a combination of disciples from each sect. There were very few combinations between sections. Lin Xian, let's form a team. At this moment, Chu Yu walked over with a smile. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, a few handsome young men walked towards Chu Yu and said with a smile, "Junior sister Chu, let's go together." "Yes, junior sister, we can protect you. Kid, you can leave. There's nothing for you here." A few people looked coldly at Lin Xian, and the surrounding martial artists also whispered and could not help but pull away. Because those who dared to form a team with Chu Yu were definitely personal disciples. Ordinary core disciples had no chance at all, and this kind of personal disciple ordinary people did not dare to provoke at all. Senior brothers, don't say that. Junior brother Lin is very powerful. Chu Yu quickly mediate. Powerful. After the two personal disciples heard this, a trace of disdain appeared at the corners of their mouths. How powerful could a late-stage two-star king realm be? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he said to Chu Yu, "You can team up with them. I have other choices." With that, Lin Xian turned around and left. Previously, he had indeed wanted to team up with Chu Yu, because in the entire Pill sect he only knew Chu Yu. But now he would choose to act alone, because being alone was more suitable for him. Seeing Lin Xian leave, Chu Yu also sighed. However, this was also good. This way, it would prevent Lin Xian from having a conflict with his personal disciple. She knew that the personal disciples beside her possessed extremely terrifying strength. If Lin Xian was here, the two sides would definitely clash, and the one who would suffer would be Lin Xian. This was not the result that Chu Yu wanted to see. "All right, senior brothers, let's form a team." Chu Yu sighed. At the same time, the others also quickly formed teams. Most were 3-person teams, but there were also some 2-person teams. At this time, Lin Xian appeared very strange, because beside him, there were no other disciples. He was alone. This kind of solo action immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding martial artists. Many disciples even revealed disdainful sneers. With his bit of strength, he still wants to act alone? Really doesn't know how the word death is written. Going in like this is an existence of cannon fodder. Ignore him. One disciple after another sneered, not placing Lin Xian in their eyes at all. But Lin Xian's expression was calm because he was very confident in himself. Acting alone, apart from Lin Xian, there was another person on the Pill sect side. That was the eldest personal disciple, Dan Feng. She similarly did not find anyone to team up with. While High Void sect Xiao Qing, as well as Purple Sun's Ding Peng, were both acting alone. Very soon, each group began to step forward to receive half a jade pendant. Lin Xian also received half a jade pendant. It was palm-sized and carved with exquisite inscriptions. He held the jade pendant in his hand and narrowed his eyes, because from the moment he received the jade pendant, there were countless malicious gazes from all around. Obviously, these people had ideas about him. Suddenly, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. If these people did not open their eyes, he did not mind sending them out. However, this first round of the competition was still considered fair. These people did not directly enter the Hidden Moon Forest. Instead, they were randomly teleported by a huge teleportation array. This way, they avoided the fate of being stared at from the beginning. All the disciples stood on the huge array as light flickered under their feet. In front, the red-robed middle-aged man from the Yaoguang sacred ground said in a clear voice, "The time for this first round is a total of 7 days. In these 7 days, not only do you have to successfully seize other people's tokens, but also form a complete pair of jade pendants. Moreover, you have to send the jade pendants to that mountain at the stipulated time on the 7th day." After saying that, he pointed to the distance. In the vast forest, there was a very tall mountain. It was like a heavenly pillar, thousands of feet tall and very eye-catching. Thinking about it, That was the final location. All right, you have already understood the rules. Now, the first round of the test begins. With the command, the entire valley lit up with the light of the array. Then, all the disciples were teleported into the hidden moon forest. The light dimmed and Lin Xian appeared in the hidden moon forest. Long life secret activated, and soon the dizziness caused by the teleportation disappeared. Then he began to look around. Around him was a primeval forest with lush vegetation and many beasts. In other words, besides being careful of other martial artists, he also had to be careful of beasts. Through the dense forest, Lin Xian discovered that there was a blurry silhouette of a mountain in the distance. That was the final location. It seemed that he had to collect the entire jade pendant before he could do anything else. Lin Xian looked at the half-jade pendant in his hand and prepared to set off. Roar! At this moment, a green cheetah suddenly jumped out from the tree. It was only 2 meters long and did not look big, but the power on its body was terrifying. The monstrous, murderous aura caused the entire void to distort. It waved its claws and easily tore through the void. It turned out to be a monster king, and it was very powerful. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and punched out. On the fist there was a cold black dragon aura. Boom! A low sound rang out as a gale swept in all directions, and the surrounding trees were cut in half. Chapter 1646. Its aura was chaotic, and its eyes were no longer ferocious. Instead, they were filled with shock, because it did not expect the human in front of it to be so terrifying that he could seriously injure it with a single punch. Therefore, it did not dare to stay. The demonic aura on its body condensed and formed 2 pairs of huge wings. It spread its wings and was about to escape into the distance. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he punched out again. Boundless black gas turned into a ferocious dragon head and instantly enveloped the Demon King. Puff! Under this terrifying fist shadow, the Cyan Demon King's body split open. At the same time, a sparkling and translucent demon core fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and threw it into the black earth. According to the rules of the competition, other than the contestants themselves, they were not allowed to use pet demonic beasts. Therefore, the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey were left in the black earth. The entire black earth was formed into a black pendant by Heitu and hung on Lin Xian's body. The Demon King's demon core contained powerful energy, but Lin Xian could not absorb it. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon could absorb the energy inside, so Lin Xian gave it all. Hidden Moon Forest was very big and vast. Therefore, Lin Xian walked for half a day and did not encounter any other martial artists. However, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and there were even a few figures flashing. Soon, 3 figures appeared in the void and surrounded Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, my luck is really too good. I actually encountered an idiot acting alone. He's actually only a late-stage 2-star king. How pitifully weak. Behind, a light flickered, and 3 figures descended and surrounded Lin Xian. At this moment, they were laughing wildly, because with the cultivation of a 2-star king, they could take on a large group of them. They did not expect that with such a cultivation, how could he become a core disciple? Moreover, he did not team up with others and actually dared to act alone. He was really reckless. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the jade pendant, and I can spare your life. Among the 3 of them, a muscular man said coldly. These 3 people were all 4-star kings, and their auras were extremely powerful. At this moment, the 3 of them joined forces and formed a special domain that surrounded Lin Xian. The way they saw it, the other party would definitely kneel on the ground in fright and obediently hand over the jade pendant in his hand. However, Lin Xian's answer stunned them. They couldn't believe their ears. Very good. I was still worried about how to find other people. I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to me. In that case, hand over the jade pendants in your hands, and I can spare your lives." Lin Xian glanced at the three of them and said indifferently, "What?" The three of them were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. The other party dared to rob them? Soon, they were amused by Lin Xian's actions. Good, good, good. Kid, I didn't expect you to be such an idiot. How dare you target the three of us? I can't. This is too funny. A 2-star king dares to say such a thing? You really don't know what death is. Brat, you've made me very angry. Now, even if you obediently hand over the jade pendant, I won't let you off easily." The muscular man's voice was also cold. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and sighed. "Why are there so many self-righteous people in the world? Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. You're courting death." The three of them flew into a rage after hearing this. Among them, the muscular man roared angrily and threw out a punch. The other party dared to look down on them. How abominable! The three of them were the core disciples of the Purple Sun sect, and they were all 4-star kings. If they joined forces, they would be a powerful force. The other party was only a 2-star king, and he was alone. How dare he look down on them? They would let the other party know the consequences of looking down on them. The muscular man threw out a punch, and the terrifying power caused the entire void to tremble. His arm was like a flood dragon filled with explosive power. Boom! The void exploded when he threw out a punch. Haha, kid, die. Following the punch was a ferocious smile. The other two also sneered disdainfully. They seemed to have seen the scene of Lin Xian being killed by a single punch. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He clenched his right fist and threw out a punch. Above his fist, there was a black aura that quickly spiraled and formed a blurry black dragon. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. Boom! In the next moment, the two fists collided with a thunderous sound. Countless black cracks appeared in the void around them, crawling in all directions like small snakes. You want to compete with me in strength? You're courting death. The muscular man sneered disdainfully, and the two companions beside him also snorted. Senior Brother Dali cultivates the demon ox fist. His strength is boundless. There are very few people in the same realm who can suppress him in strength. A 2-star king dares to compete with Senior Brother Dali in strength? He's courting death. The three of them sneered. However, in the next moment, their smiles froze, and they even became very ugly, because the sound of bones cracking suddenly came from ahead. Not only that, the muscular man's expression was sinister as he screamed. He retracted his palm and retreated. Every step he took left a deep hole in the ground. At the same time, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Damn it, how is this possible? How can you be so strong? Shocking, this was too shocking. His demon ox fist couldn't defeat his opponent? His hand was even broken by his opponent. He couldn't believe it. Because of his innate physique and the martial arts he practiced, his strength was comparable to a 5-star king's. But now he was actually unable to defeat a 2-star king tier. This was simply too unbelievable. The two companions beside him also opened their mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Senior Brother Dali actually lost. Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? The two of them were extremely shocked. However, in the next moment, they became angry because Lin Xian dared to attack them. Two black shadows of fists, like black dragons, quickly rushed over. You're courting death. How dare you? The two of them were furious and quickly counterattacked. In their opinion, Senior Brother Dali must have been careless, which was why his opponent's sneak attack succeeded. If the two of them attacked with their full strength, they would definitely be able to kill their opponent. Frost Palm. One of them had blue patterns on his palm. It was extremely mysterious and emitted a cold aura. The surrounding space instantly froze. Two incomparably huge blue palms pushed out horizontally. Ka-ka-ka. Wherever it passed, blue ice crystals would form. Edgeless, heavy sword. The other martial artist clenched his hands. Suddenly, the ground cracked and countless pieces of rock and soil condensed in his hands, forming a huge, heavy sword. Chapter 1647. The ground cracked open and countless rocks and soil gathered in his hand, forming a huge sword. It quickly slashed forward. Boom! 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 Just like a painting, the void began to vibrate violently. The stone sword was like an ancient, demonic mountain, pressing down on Lin Xian. In the next moment, the black dragon fist collided with the attacks of the two men. Boom! The void exploded, and the two horrifying ice palms shattered into pieces in an instant. On the other side, the huge stone sword was directly broken. What? How is this possible? The two men were stunned and could not believe it. This was their ultimate technique, and it was difficult to find a match for them in the same realm. But now it was shattered by a two-star king with a single punch. Damn it, what's going on? How can this kid be so strong? The two men's faces were ferocious. The muscular man from before had already swallowed a pill to heal the injury on his palm. He said in a deep voice, "This kid must be hiding his cultivation." Yes, that must be it. The Iceman gritted his teeth and said, "He did this to confuse us and make us lower our guard." Damn it, this kid is too scheming. Hiding his cultivation? Scheming? Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Are you done? If you're done, I can send you on your way. Or, if you obediently hand over the jade pendant, I can spare you this time. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, the three men were furious. The muscular man roared, "Let's attack with all our strength. I don't believe that this kid can resist the three of us." Okay, the other two men nodded. In the next moment, three strange domains rushed out from behind them and shrouded the front. Demonic Ox domain. The muscular man's face was ferocious. He waved his hand, and an extremely demonic domain shrouded the front. Suddenly, countless demonic figures appeared quickly. They were extremely ferocious, and their auras were extremely terrifying. This was the muscular man's demonic ox domain. At this moment, its power was terrifying. For a moment, the demonic ox figures were everywhere. The destructive energy caused the entire sky to tremble rapidly. World-destroying black dragon fist. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a loud shout and brandished his fists. The black dragon fist technique opened and closed, sweeping in all directions. The Armageddon black dragon fist was violent, ferocious, and ferocious. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, the two fists were like two black dragons, roaring in the void. Boom! Boom! The terrifying fist shadow collided with the ox demon domain, producing a world-shaking sound. Instantly, the sky exploded and waves of air rolled. The area within a radius of 10 miles was razed to the ground. What? He blocked it. How is this possible? The muscular man and the other two were stupefied. They couldn't believe it. The ox demon domain possessed boundless strength and was incomparably ferocious. However, the other party only used a pair of fists to block the domain attack. This was simply too unbelievable. Damn it, I don't believe it. On the other side, the frosty man also roared. Behind him, a blue domain quickly formed, enveloping Lin Xian in an instant. Cold mountain domain. The blue domain erupted with an icy aura. It was extremely cold. In the sky, countless blue mountains appeared, crushing the void. In an instant, all the space in the entire domain froze. Even Lin Xian's body was covered with a thick layer of frost. Ha 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 ha, kid, let's see how you can run. When the frosty man saw that the other party was sealed in ice, he immediately threw his head back and laughed. Boom! However, at this moment, a shocking explosion suddenly came from ahead. The ice on Lin Xian's body suddenly exploded into pieces. Countless violent black dragon auras quickly rotated, covering Lin Xian. It was like a ball of black flames burning fiercely. That aura was incomparably ferocious, like a demon king. What? This is impossible. The Frosty Man was shocked. He couldn't believe that the other party could actually break through his ice seal. Damn it, suppress for me. With a furious roar, the sky full of ice mountains quickly pressed down on Lin Xian. Those blue ice mountains were hundreds of feet tall. Cold air surrounded them, and mysterious blue patterns appeared. At this moment, dozens of giant ice mountains fell from the sky like ancient demonic mountains, piercing through the sky. It was obvious that if one was crushed by these ice mountains, even a 5-star king would be severely injured. Haha, kid die. The Frosty Man laughed wildly, a trace of ferocity on his face. As for Lin Xian, he let out a low roar. The black flames on his body jumped, and he emitted an extremely violent aura. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. He had been using this fist technique because it was very powerful. Moreover, it could increase his proficiency in the fist technique in actual combat. Black fist shadows appeared one after another. They had a powerful aura that could sweep through the world. The fist shadows flickered with light, and an overwhelming black aura covered everything. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the black dragon fist shadows collided with the ice mountains in the Sky Palace. A terrifying tremor shook heaven and earth. A huge crack appeared in the sky, and a powerful aura swept in all directions. At this moment, the entire ice domain was filled with raging winds and destructive energy. Even the entire ice domain began to crack. Explode! Another loud explosion sounded out, and the dozens of ice mountains in the sky were shattered by the black dragon fist. They turned into countless pieces of ice and scattered in all directions. Even a huge black hole had appeared in the ice domain. Puff! The Frosty Man spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. With the ice domain broken, he was severely injured. He probably didn't have much combat strength left. Damn it! Demonic Ox domain. Sword domain. The remaining two roared and attacked at the same time. Two King domains surged out and enveloped Lin Xian. The demonic Ox domain was extremely terrifying. Countless demonic shadows flickered and formed a huge demonic Ox King. It held a huge axe and quickly chopped down. As the axe fell, mountains and rivers shattered. The powerful aura was enough to send anyone flying. It could even kill a 5-star king. As for the sword domain, it flickered with countless resplendent sword lights. It swept across heaven and earth, and its killing intent was shocking. It had to be said that these two were core disciples of the Purple Sun sect. Although they were only 4-star kings, they were stronger than ordinary 5-star kings. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a god of war. He was unstoppable. Streams of black dragon chi surrounded him, and they accompanied his unparalleled fist as he punched out. Not only that, but Lin Xian was also crazily using the black dragon fist. He had reached a state of selflessness. Moreover, his fist techniques were becoming more and more proficient. In the end, explosions sounded between heaven and earth. Black dragon fist, thunderbolt, wild dragon. Apart from the complete set of fist techniques, the black dragon fist also had 5 killing moves. Chapter 1648. As he punched out with both fists, the wind blew and countless black lightning bolts fell. The 2 huge fists turned into black dragons that circled in the sky. Every single one of them was 300 meters long, and they were surrounded by lightning. Roar! Roar! The 2 black dragons rushed out. Not only that, but the dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body also let out a dragon roar. In the next instant, the 2 black dragons collided with the 2 king domains of their opponents. Boom! Heaven and earth shook violently as if the world was about to be destroyed. The two powerful king domains were penetrated by the two black dragons, and a pitch-black hole appeared. Puff! Puff! The muscular man and the ice man spat out blood and were severely injured. Their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock. They did not expect their opponent to have such terrifying combat strength. Even if the three of them worked together, they were no match for him. Damn it, who are you? Impossible. You can't only be a two-star king. The three of them gritted their teeth in fear. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Cut the crap. If you want to live, hand over the item. Okay, we'll hand it over. The three of them looked at each other, and then the muscular man gritted his teeth and said he had no choice. He was no match for his opponent, so he could only ask for half of the jade pendant. You win. This is half of the jade pendant. The three of them handed over the jade pendant and turned to leave. However, Lin Xian said coldly, Wait, who said you could leave? What do you want? We've already handed it over. That's not what I'm talking about. Lin Xian said coldly, If you had handed over the jade pendant, I would have let you go. But now, since you want to kill me, do you think I'll let you go so easily? Then what do you want? The three of them had ugly expressions. It's simple. Hand over all your subdivine crystals. What? You're robbing us. The Iceman roared. Lin Xian shrugged. You're right. I'm robbing you. You're lucky that I didn't kill you. You're not willing to hand over something? Do you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you? Suddenly, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Feeling this murderous aura, the three of their faces changed again. They did not expect that the handsome young man in front of them could actually emit such a terrifying aura. In order to save their lives, the three of them gritted their teeth and handed over all the subdivinity crystals in their storage rings. Lin Xian looked at the number and nodded slightly. From the looks of it, the other party should have handed over everything. In the next moment, he waved his sleeve and put away all the subdivinity crystals on the ground. Then his figure flashed and disappeared into the forest. Only the three disciples of the Purple Sun Martial School, whose faces had turned dark, were left behind. Damn it! I'm so angry! The muscular man was mad. He had never been so angry before. The Iceman also gritted his teeth. Humph, just you wait. The House of Ziyang will not let this go. That brat should be from the alchemy sect. Moreover, he's alone, so it's easy to distinguish him. Yes, let's inform the other disciples. We must kill this brat. The three of them discussed for a while and then quickly swallowed pills to recover their cultivation. Then they went on their way again, preparing to find other martial artists in the sect to take revenge. On the other side, Lin Xian set off again. He had obtained many subdivinity crystals from the three of them. At this moment, he opened the Dragon Sword realm and put all the subdivinity crystals he had obtained into it to refine. The three of them added up to more than 150 kilograms of subdivinity crystals. In addition, there were dozens of supreme grade subdivinity crystals. Lin Xian did not hesitate to refine all of them. If he wanted to raise his cultivation now, he needed a lot of subdivinity crystals. Moreover, as his cultivation increased, the number of subdivinity crystals he needed would also increase exponentially. Therefore, the subdivinity crystals of the three of them were not enough. He went on his way again to find other Empyreans. However, because his cultivation was only a 2-star king and he was alone, he did not need to find others. In just half a day, 3 waves of people attacked him. In the end, they were all defeated by him and robbed of their subdivinity crystals. Now he had obtained 400 kilograms of subdivinity crystals. Behind him, the Dragon Sword realm flickered with light and quickly refined those subdivinity crystals. The realm was the foundation of a king. Therefore, as the energy of the realm increased, Lin Xian felt that his energy had increased. Not enough, not enough. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, his eyes shining. The efficiency of waiting for others to find him was too low, so he had to take the initiative to make a move. The dragon's sword realm bloomed, and countless sword chi quickly surrounded Lin Xian's body and formed an azure dragon mask on his face, covering his face. This time, Lin Xian was going to make a move against the disciples of the three sects, so he had to hide his identity. Otherwise, when he was exposed, he would probably become the target of public criticism. Perhaps it would also arouse the dissatisfaction of the three sections. Therefore, he made a mask to cover his face. Not only that, he also took out a wide black robe and put on. The disciples of the three sects were not familiar with him to begin with, and only Chu Yu knew him well. However, with his current appearance, Chu Yu probably would not be able to recognize him. Very good. Lin Xian was very satisfied with his current appearance. Then his figure flashed, turned into a sword light, and rushed into the distance. At the same time, in the Hidden Moon Forest, the other warriors also met and a great battle soon broke out. Although the first round was divided into small groups, it was also a battle between sections. Because every sect wanted to eliminate the warriors of the other two sects as much as possible. This way, the last two rounds would fall into the hands of their own sections. Purple Sun sect Ding Pang acted alone. He did not deliberately look for others, but those who were encountered by him were not spared. Purple Sun, splitting sky, Ding Peng formed a seal with his palm, and a purple sun bloomed behind him. It was like a purple demonic mountain, fiercely smashing forward. Wherever it passed, no one could match it. For a moment, everyone took a detour when they saw it. Spirit Void sects Xiao Qing and Pill sects Dan Feng were also incomparably powerful. No one was able to block their attacks. Apart from these three top geniuses, the other personal disciples were also incomparably terrifying. On the Pill sect side, Chu Yu and two personal disciples formed a team and quickly set off. Soon, they encountered a group of people from Lingxi sect. The other party was also a three-man team, but they were only ordinary core disciples. When they saw Chu Yu's team, their faces immediately changed drastically. Not good, it's a personal disciple. Hurry and retreat. Want to leave? It's too late. Beside Chu Yu, a young man sneered. The long saber at his waist swung out, carrying an incomparably fiery red light, fiercely slashing forward. Chapter 1649. He brandished the long saber at his waist, and with a fiery red light he slashed forward. The saber radiance was extremely bright, and it was surrounded by blazing flames and violent energy. It was unstoppable. In an instant, the three people in front of him were seriously injured. Puff! The three people from the Lingshu sect vomited blood and quickly admitted defeat, handing over a jade pendant. Then, the three of them ran into the distance. Humph, you run fast. The young man sneered and put away his long saber. Then he waved his hand and held half of the jade pendant in his hand. Senior Brother Chao's saber technique is indeed powerful, Chu Yu said faintly. She seemed a little absent-minded because she was worried about Lin Xian's situation. I have already practiced this golden, radiant, raging flame saber technique to the great accomplishment stage. As long as I'm here, I won't let Junior's sister be in any danger. Senior Brother Chao said with a smile. In the distance, there were a few teams that saw the scene. They were so scared that their scalps went numb, and they didn't dare to come closer. They all ran into the distance and took a detour. There was no other way. The strength of the direct disciples was too terrifying. The best way for them was to run away. Among them, a team of 3 from the Purple Sun sect quickly flew towards the west. After flying for dozens of miles, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. That saber was too terrifying. Yeah, that's Chao Yin, ranked 7th among the direct disciples. Luckily, we ran fast. The 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. Ha, is that so? Can you really escape? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind the 3 of them. Who's there? When the 3 disciples of the Purple Sun sect heard the cold voice, their hair stood on end. They released their soul power and quickly scanned the surroundings. However, they didn't find anyone at all. Could it be a ghost? It can't be. Maybe we're too nervous and hallucinating. The 3 of them quickly talked, but they still looked around vigilantly. However, they didn't notice that under their feet, green vines were slowly and strangely slithering. Whoosh! Finally, those vines on the ground attacked, suddenly thrusting out like thousands of green divine spears, incomparably sharp. Puff, puff, puff. A disciple of the Purple Sun sect was caught off guard and was pierced by the green vines. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. What followed was an incomparably miserable shriek. What? Damn it! How could this be? The expressions of the other 2 disciples changed greatly. They roared madly and decisively attacked the green vines. Pung! In an instant, dozens of vines were broken. Are you okay? The other person also poured out a medicinal pill and fed it to the injured disciple. However, the dozens of vines still attached to the injured disciple's body began to shine brightly before exploding. Explode! Powerful energy exploded, forming a violent wind wave that swept in all directions. As for the injured disciple, he turned into a cloud of blood mist and ceased to exist. The other 2 disciples were also sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, who is it? Get out here! The 2 of them began to circulate their spirit chi, releasing a dazzling light as they roared madly. They didn't expect that they would be plotted against and even lose one of their companions. It's useless. Stop struggling. You have entered my vine domain. In this place, I am the ruler. You have no chance of resisting. A cold voice sounded. Not only that, but countless green vines began to spin madly in the surroundings. Like demons, they swayed in the wind. On the giant tree trunk, a pale, human face appeared. It was extremely strange. Damn it, there's someone. Kill him and avenge junior brother. The 2 disciples of the Purple Sun sect roared and used their powerful techniques. Not only that, but the 2 of them also quickly unleashed their king domains. However, the pale human face revealed a sinister smile. It's useless. You have no chance. Vine domain, demon dance. With a command, the entire domain shone brightly. The green vines in the surroundings seemed to have turned into demons as they moved quickly. In an instant, the entire space was filled with green vines. Those vines were not ordinary plants. Each of them shone with a dazzling light, and each of them was extremely sharp and full of power. They spun madly like a green wave, instantly drowning the 2 disciples of the Purple Sun sect. The 2 of them only had time to let out a scream before they went silent. After a long time, fresh blood flowed out from between the vines. There was not only one battle like this. At this moment, the entire forest was filled with traps, assassinations, and counterattacks. It could be said that danger was everywhere. There were traps everywhere. Lin Xian also turned into a hunter and took the initiative to attack. He spread out his powerful soul power and scanned the surroundings. Soon he locked onto a target. It was a small team of 3 that was flying quickly in the forest. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up when he noticed the other party. Then his body flashed, and he dashed towards the 3 people like a sword beam. He did not hide his aura at all, so when he got close, the 3 of them also noticed Lin Xian's existence. Who is it? How dare you attack us? You overestimate yourself. Get lost. The 3 of them roared and attacked crazily. Terrifying energy instantly exploded. World-destroying black dragon fist. Lin Xian did not slow down and quickly waved his fist. 2 black dragon phantoms directly blasted out. The powerful aura of the black dragon penetrated the surroundings and shattered everything. The attacks of the 3 of them turned into ashes under the black dragon fist. Puff! 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 The three of them vomited blood. They were sent flying. Lin Xian's body flashed and landed in front of them. Not long after, Lin Xian left again. However, there were many subdivine crystals in his hand. The three warriors on the ground gritted their teeth and their faces turned black. Not only did the other party take away their jade pendants, but he also took away all the subdivine crystals on them. This drove them crazy. Moreover, what was more infuriating was that the other party was wearing a green dragon mask, and they did not know who he was. Then, Lin Xian continued to attack. Everyone he encountered was defeated. Not only did they lose their jade pendants, but they also handed over all the subdivine crystals on them. In half a day, Lin Xian got 2,000 pounds of subdivine crystals. The dragon's sword territory fluctuated and emitted light as it quickly absorbed the energy. Lin Xian's strength was also increasing bit by bit. In the following day, Lin Xian not only attacked the people of Ziyang sect and Lingshu sect, but he also did not let the disciples of alchemy sect go. However, compared to the other experts, he was considered good. This was because he never killed anyone. He only took away their things. As for the other experts, they would directly kill the weaker warriors. Chapter 1650. Lin Xian's methods were still relatively mild. However, he had really snatched too many people's subdivine crystals. Therefore, all kinds of news quickly spread within the three sections. Do you know? Recently, a demon king seemed to have appeared in this forest. Not only did he snatch jade pendants, but he even snatched subdivine crystals. I heard about it too. It's said that the other party is very terrifying. No one who encountered him was able to successfully escape. Damn it, which sect is he from? How dare he be so arrogant? Who knows? That person seems to have attacked the disciples of the three sections. What? Could it be that he's not from our three sects, but someone else? Everyone frowned because in the first round, very few people from the same sect would attack each other. Most of the time, they would attack people from other sections. But now, there was actually a person who attacked the disciples of the three sects at the same time. It was really shocking. For a moment, everyone was discussing. What mysterious person? That's because he hasn't met me yet. Alchemy sect, Chu Yu's team, the personal disciple called Chao Yun, snorted coldly. He had also heard the news that had been spreading recently, but he was very disdainful of it, because according to the news, that person only attacked ordinary core disciples. As for personal disciples, none of them had encountered such an experience. This meant that the other party's strength was not much. Since he only dared to attack ordinary core disciples, he definitely could not beat personal disciples. Therefore, Chao Yun did not take it to heart at all. Don't worry, junior sister Chu. If that person dares to appear, I'll definitely make him suffer. The corners of Chao Yu's mouth curled up with strong confidence. In the dense forest, there was an intense battle going on. The two sides of the battle were a 3-man team from Alchemy Sect and a 2-man team from Lingshu Sect. The 3-man team from Alchemy Sect was made up of 3 4-star kings. At this moment, they were attacking together with a terrifying momentum. One of them waved both hands and shot out a huge fire chilin. It stood with its head held high, looking down on all directions. This terrifying aura was not far from that of a true 5-star king. With a roar, the fire chilin quickly pounced forward. The void shook and airwaves rolled. The pressure was like a huge fire meteor, ruthlessly smashing into the ground. Opposite him were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a black robe and had a handsome face. The woman was extremely beautiful and had a graceful figure. She was wearing a long white dress. At this moment, the 2 of them looked up at the sky with disdain. The black-robed man stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the charging fire chilin. As for the white-clothed lady, her figure floated as she retreated to the side. Boom! The fire chilin swooped down and completely enveloped the black-robed man. Terrifying flames spread in all directions. Heat waves rolled, and the heat was terrifying. The entire forest was razed to the ground in an instant. "Humph, you still dare to stop us? How ignorant!" On the pale sect side, the 3 disciples sneered. They were extremely confident in this fire Qilin. However, in the next moment they were stunned. There was even a wisp of terror in their eyes. That was because the silhouette of the fire Qilin was gradually disappearing. The earth had sunk so deep that the bottom could not be seen. The surrounding mountains and trees had been flattened. It could be said that the scene was extremely terrifying. However, there was a figure floating above the crater. It was the black-robed man from before. At this moment, he was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His chin was slightly raised, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of disdain. Furthermore, what was even more shocking was that his body was completely unscathed. He was not injured in the slightest. What? How is this possible? The faces of the 3 pale sect's disciples were filled with shock. They did not dare to believe it. The fire Qilin had clearly hit the black-robed man just now. However, the black-robed man was actually not injured in the slightest. This was truly too surprising. If the black-robed man had used his ultimate skill and resisted with all his might to survive, that would be something they could accept. However, the black-robed man clearly did not do anything earlier. He was only standing there. How could he possibly block their fire Qilin in such a situation? However, the truth of the matter had actually happened. "Damn it, I don't believe it." Another disciple shouted angrily. He also quickly waved his hand. Immediately, hidden weapons that filled the sky rapidly shot forward. These hidden weapons were extremely terrifying. They were very fast, and their penetrative power was even more powerful. Very few people of the same cultivation level could block them. Even 5-star kings would not dare to rashly block them. However, the black-robed man in front of them also did not move at all. He also did not raise his defense. He only looked on with disdain. Whoosh! 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 Countless hidden weapons flickered with light as they directly pierced through the void and ruthlessly pierced toward the black-robed man. However, something shocking happened. At this moment, the black-robed man's body seemed to have become transparent. He directly ignored the hidden weapons that filled the sky. The hidden weapons also passed through the black-robed man's body and flew toward the ground below. Immediately, the entire ground sank and countless cracks appeared. What's going on? Could it be an afterimage? The 3 disciples of the alchemy faction were stunned. They did not understand. Perhaps only an afterimage could explain this. Otherwise, if it was his real body, how could he ignore the hidden weapons? Why did he directly pass through them? An afterimage? Hearing that, the black-robed man revealed a disdainful smile. Then he slowly extended his palm and gently pressed forward. Boom! An incomparably dazzling light arrow, surrounded by the power of wind and lightning, quickly flew out. What? The 3 disciples of the alchemy faction were greatly shocked. They originally thought that the black-robed man was just an illusion and did not exist. However, they did not expect that the black-robed man would actually unleash such a shocking attack. This was truly beyond their expectations. Furthermore, that resplendent arrow light was simply too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of them. The 3 of them could not reach it. They could only form a wall of light to defend themselves. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded. The wind and lightning arrow directly penetrated the 3 of them and ruthlessly slammed into their bodies. Dang! 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 The 3 of them retreated a few thousand meters and directly crashed into a mountain, vomiting blood. What? So powerful! The 3 of them were extremely shocked. A casual attack had sent the 3 of them flying. This was probably the strength of a 5-star king. Moreover, it was a very powerful 5-star king. Damn it, it's actually an expert. Let's hurry up and leave. The three of them did not dare to fight and prepared to retreat. This was because the black-robed man was simply too strange. Not only was his attack powerful, but what was more terrifying was that he could ignore their attacks. This kind of method was simply unheard of. You want to leave? At this moment, a white light flashed. The white-robed woman who had been watching the battle suddenly appeared and blocked the three of them. You want to leave without leaving the jade pendant? How naive! A delicate voice sounded, but it was filled with disdain. You're courting death. Scram! The three of them roared. One of them even attacked mercilessly. An extremely dark light palm rushed out with a monstrous demonic light, causing the surrounding void to rapidly tremble. Demonic Sky Palm. Chapter 1651. A pitch-black palm of light shot out with a monstrous demonic light, causing the surrounding void to tremble rapidly. Demonic Sky Palm. The alchemy faction disciple roared and quickly struck out with his palm. The void exploded in an instant. Not only that, but a bottomless pit formed on the ground below due to the majestic power. One could imagine how terrifying that palm was. However, the white-robed lady showed a look of disdain. She did not dodge, but moved her body to meet the attack. How dare he take the demonic sky palm head-on? The other two snorted coldly with excitement in their eyes. It was great that the other party was dragging it out. The demonic sky palm was a high-grade, earth-rank martial art. It was extremely terrifying, and its power was comparable to a 5-star king. Since the other party was so careless, she would definitely be severely injured. The disciple who had attacked the white-robed lady had a cold smile on his face. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Not only him, but the other two disciples were also stunned. A look of horror even appeared in their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. That was because the shocking palm had hit the white-robed lady hard, but did not cause any harm. The terrifying palm passed through the white-robed lady in an instant, as if it had hit the air. It missed again. The three of them felt their scalps go numb. Was that also an afterimage? They were extremely shocked. However, the white-robed lady tapped her foot and instantly appeared beside the three of them. In the next moment, the white-robed lady pulled out a thin, red sword and quickly stabbed it out. Suddenly, the void was mercilessly torn apart. A red sword light with a sharp aura and violent power stabbed toward the disciple who had attacked the white-robed lady. Chi! Puff! The disciple's body was pierced by the sword chi and fell to the ground. What? How is that possible? The other two disciples were shocked, and their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the white-robed lady was not an afterimage. However, if she was the real body, how did she dodge the demonic sky palm? What kind of martial art is that? It's too strange. Damn it. Who are you? The two disciples gritted their teeth and asked. Ha, a dead person doesn't need to know so much. At that moment, a black figure appeared behind them. It was the black-robed man from before. A cruel smile appeared on the black-robed man's handsome face. Following that, a bright light blossomed behind him, and a dark, golden domain instantly gushed out and shrouded the two of them. The next moment, a terrifying energy was released. The light shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. Within the domain, the two pale sect disciples emitted extremely miserable cries. The voice only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. As for the black-robed man, he removed his dark, golden domain. The two alchemy faction disciples had long since lost their vitality. At this moment, the two corpses fell to the ground below. Humph! Just 3 pieces of trash. The black-robed youth snorted disdainfully. The lady in white sneered, trash indeed. Ordinary core disciples are of no threat to us. I think that even the other personal disciples would not be able to do anything to us. Of course. I'm afraid that only Ding Peng and the other two will be able to break through our king domains. Moreover, They are only suppressing it with great power. They can't break it with techniques. When speaking of their king domains, the two of them were full of arrogance. "All right, big brother, I heard that a mysterious madman has appeared in the forest recently. No matter which sect's disciple he is from, he will attack as soon as he sees them. Moreover, his behavior is very strange. Not only did he steal the jade pendants, but he also stole the disciples' subdivine crystals. Hee, I think that guy must be pitifully poor. He even wants ordinary subdivine crystals." The lady in white sneered disdainfully. "He should be a personal disciple. He must be so poor that he has gone crazy. Isn't it a waste of time to think of such a method?" The black-robed youth shook his head and snorted. "That guy is lucky that he didn't encounter us. Otherwise, he would have died long ago." Then the two of them flashed and left the place. The mysterious person they were talking about was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was still walking in the forest. However, in the past 2 days, his harvest had gradually decreased. This was because the news about him had already spread. Everyone was vigilant. Those who were weak did not dare to act alone. Therefore, he did not gain much during this period of time. Forget it. Ordinary paper storage, rings, don't have many good things in them. I'd better target the personal disciples. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He was ready to change his strategy. Previously, he had only targeted the ordinary core disciples. He did not target the personal disciples. However, it seemed that he could only target the personal disciples now. Firstly, the ordinary disciples were afraid and did not dare to act alone. It would be more troublesome if he were to fight them again. Moreover, the personal disciples had more good things in their hands. There might be a lot of supreme, grade, subdivine crystals. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed slightly. Now, the most helpful thing for him was the subdivine crystals. However, those things could only be encountered by chance and could not be seen at all. They could only be found in those strange stones. However, in his current environment, there was no way for him to gamble on stones. Therefore, the method of obtaining subdivine crystals was not feasible for the time being. Then, he could only use supreme grade subdivine crystals. However, the ordinary disciples did not have many supreme grade subdivine crystals. It was far from enough. Lin Xian pondered as he walked in the forest. Suddenly, he stopped and frowned. This was because he realized that his surroundings were a little strange. However, he did not find anything when he used his soul power to scan his surroundings. This made him puzzled. Shaking his head slightly, he stopped paying attention and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the vines under his feet suddenly pierced towards him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Those green vines were crystal clear and fluttered in the wind. They were like demonic spears that pierced towards Lin Xian rapidly. They were very fast. Even a 5-star king would not be able to defend himself in time. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A green light flickered behind him. The dragon, sword domain, instantly enveloped him. Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Countless sword chi intertwined rapidly and moved according to a specific trajectory. It formed a huge green shield behind Lin Xian. It was 30 meters tall and was like an iron wall. It flickered with a dazzling light. Not only that, there was even a dragon-shaped shadow coiling around it. Clang! The green demonic vines collided with the azure dragon divine shield and let out a violent vibration. It was like a huge bell that rang continuously. Lin Xian was shocked. Previously, his soul power did not detect any danger. However, someone actually attacked him. Fortunately, he had mastered many kinds of secret techniques. This azure dragon divine shield was an extremely powerful defense. Chapter 1652. With a cold snort, Lin Xian punched back. His black fist was like a mountain as it charged backward. Boom! Shock waves exploded and the void trembled. Countless vines were shattered by this punch. However, even more vines swept toward Lin Xian. Green light emerged from all directions, blotting out the sky and blotting out the earth. And those vines were like swords, sabers, axes, and spears, incomparably sharp. Kill! Lin Xian shouted coldly as he clenched his fists. His black fist swept in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse. Boom! 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 The surrounding demonic vines were all smashed to pieces. Not only that, but the violent fist shadows were like black dragons that kept moving in the air, rushing in all directions. In an instant, the ground cracked, the sky trembled, and all the trees and mountains in the surroundings were uprooted. Damn it, how is this possible? At this moment, a pale face appeared on a tree trunk in the distance. However, this face was filled with pain. At the same time, there was a deep shock in his eyes. This was because the opponent's strength was too strong and it was extremely painful. Moreover, the opponent was only a 2-star king. How could he have such strength? Damn it, it's a guy who hid his strength. The demonic man's voice was cold, but his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Brett, you dare to injure me. Now die. With a furious roar, the surrounding devil vine domain bloomed with endless light. Thousands of devil vines condensed, forming countless demons and ghosts that quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Not only that, but the vines also emitted a green aura that was extremely corrosive. Even a 5-star king would not dare to touch it lightly. After all, the devil vine domain was a very terrifying king domain. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. You only dare to use a sneak attack to attack others. I guess you're not a powerful person? As he spoke, his fists bloomed with black light, like 2 black dragons roaring in all directions. Boom! 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 His fists suppressed all directions. Lin Xian's Armageddon Black Dragon Fist was incomparably violent. Every strike contained destructive energy. The monsters formed by the demonic vines couldn't get close at all. Not only that, a black flame burned on Lin Xian's body. It was the 9 underworld's devil flame, and it was extremely terrifying. As it burned, the surrounding green poisonous gas was directly evaporated. They couldn't hurt him at all. What? So powerful! The demonic man's pupils shrank. His expression was incomparably malevolent because he did not expect the other party's battle prowess to exceed his expectations. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a long howl and waved his fists, causing the entire magic space to tremble. Damn it! The demonic man's face changed drastically. He knew that the young man in front of him was a powerful expert. It would be impossible to subdue him in a short period of time, and it was very likely that he would lose. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly withdrew the devil vine domain and fled into the distance. This was only the first stage, so there was no need for him to risk his life. You want to leave? Lin Xian sneered, turned into a bolt of lightning, and chased after him. The other party seemed to be an expert and should be a personal disciple. Such a person must have a lot of supreme-grade, subdivine crystals. How could he let him go? Using the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. Damn it! The demonic man's face turned ugly when he saw Lin Xian chasing after him. He didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn. Damn brat, don't go too far. If you push me too far, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The demonic man roared crazily. He was too aggrieved to be chased by a 2-star king. If others saw this, their jaws would definitely drop. As a personal disciple of the Purple Sun sect, his strength was terrifying. In addition, his devil vine domain was even better at sneak attacks in this forest. Therefore, very few people could contend with him. Even a direct disciple of Zhang Xian's could very well be assassinated by him if they were not careful. But now he couldn't subdue a 2-star king and was even being chased by the other party. What shocked him even more was that he didn't know who the other party was. He never knew which expert in the 3 sects had such combat strength. Damn it, who are you? You don't need to know. Hand over your storage ring obediently, and I can spare your life. What? You want to rob me? After the demonic man heard this, he was stunned as if he couldn't believe his ears. Then, his face completely darkened. It's you. You're that crazy demon king who appeared recently. He naturally heard that a very terrifying demon king had appeared recently. He specialized in attacking people and snatching their storage rings. He didn't expect to meet him today. Back then, when he heard this rumor, he was disdainful. He thought that the other party only had some strength and specialized in attacking ordinary core disciples. He couldn't beat a personal disciple at all. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Even among the direct disciples, Zhang Xian's strength was still extremely terrifying. However, it was impossible for him to take his storage ring. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Devil Vine thrust. The demonic man roared angrily, and a light shone behind him. At the same time, 10 thick demonic vines rapidly surged out from his body. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as if they were the hands of a demon. The 10 devil vines quickly pierced into the ground and immediately broke open a deep pit. The demonic man's body swayed and directly sank into the ground. Humph, want to kill me? There's no chance at all. After entering the ground, the demonic man's lips curled into a cold smile. The vines around him seemed to have turned into sharp blade lights, constantly digging into the ground, causing him to instantly disappear on the spot. Earth burrowing technique. This was his way of escaping and saving his life. It was very difficult for ordinary martial artists to catch him. It seemed that this time was the same. Damn brat, don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The demonic man gritted his teeth. He would definitely take revenge for this. He decided that when he met the other party in the second round, he would definitely teach the other party a lesson. But soon he frowned. Then his expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that the soil around him suddenly started to churn rapidly. It was as if some powerful demonic beast was charging towards him. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he lock onto my position? The demonic man's expression changed drastically and fear appeared again. Needless to say, this should be the other party's method. But how did the other party find him? In the outside world, Lin Xian stood in the void with his hands behind his back. The martial Tao heavenly eye in his eyes flickered with a strange rune light. Under the light of these runes, the ground below even became transparent. Therefore, Lin Xian naturally locked onto the other party. Chapter 1653. Boom! 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 Countless spiritual veins gathered and formed long dragons. They roared bravely and broke out of the ground. Every spiritual vein shone brightly and was extremely terrifying. 5 spiritual veins sealed the demonic man and trapped him in the ground. Controlling spiritual veins? Damn it, you are a Seeker Soul Master. The demonic man screamed in fear. Controlling spiritual veins was a skill that only Seeker Soul Masters had. The young man in front of him had such a skill, and it shocked the demonic man. That was because Seeker Soul Masters were a special profession in the East Continent. There were very few of them, and each of them had extremely strange and terrifying strength, especially in places with large amounts of spiritual veins. Those people were extremely terrifying. Hence, the demonic man's face turned ugly. He had heard of Lin Fan's legend and knew that Lin Fan only wanted subdivine crystals. Hence, he handed over all the subdivine crystals and supreme-grade subdivine crystals in his storage ring. Everything is here. Can you let me go now? The demonic man gritted his teeth and said he did not want to fight with Lin Fan in the first round because there were still the second and third rounds after the first round. At that time, he would meet a true expert, and it would be unwise to get injured now. Lin Xian glanced at the number of subdivine crystals on the ground and realized that it was far more than ordinary core disciples. Instantly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand and kept all the subdivine crystals and supreme-grade subdivine crystals. At the same time, he kept the 5 spiritual vein light pillars. He said, "Slowly, you can leave now." Humph! The demonic man gritted his teeth and looked deeply at Lin Xian. Then he turned around and left. He swore that he would definitely take revenge today. Lin Xian did not care. He moved and left the place as well. He came to a safe cave. He checked the subdivine crystals that he had just obtained. He realized that there was a large amount of supreme-grade subdivine crystals in there. The amount was more than the total amount that he had robbed in the past. As expected of a lineal disciple, he is indeed wealthy. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He opened up the dragon's sword territory and continued to refine the crystals. He had to make the best use of his time and break through to become a 3-star king in the first round. On the other side, the demonic man left quickly. He was incomparably frantic in his heart. That was his entire fortune. He couldn't accept the fact that it was snatched away by someone else. Therefore, he decided to learn from Lin Xian and steal other people's subdivinity crystals. Thus, he changed his location and set up an ambush again. Sure enough, after a period of time, he had robbed many people. He also had some divine crystals in his possession. However, they were all ordinary core disciples and were far from being able to make up for his losses. Therefore, he urgently hoped that he could rob a personal disciple to make up for his losses. Otherwise, his cultivation would definitely fall behind during this period of time. Someone else is coming. The demonic vine man's expression changed because he sensed that there were people rushing over from afar. And from the looks of it, his aura wasn't very strong. This kind of attire? He's actually a personal disciple of the Spirit Ruin sect. It seems that my luck is not bad. The devil vine man revealed a sinister smile. The other party was wearing the clothes of a personal disciple, but his face was very unfamiliar. It was obvious that he had just become a core disciple in the past 10 years. As a veteran personal disciple of the Ziyang sect, he was definitely powerful and would have no problem dealing with the other party. In front, there was indeed a small team of 2 who were rushing over quickly. One of them was a handsome young man who was only 15 or 16 years old. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was Hong Yu, who he had previously investigated. However, he didn't expect that Hong Yu was also here and was even a personal disciple of the Lingshu sect. Beside Hong Yu was a young lady. She had an oval face, willowy eyebrows, black hair that was coiled behind her back, and she wore a light blue long dress. She looked delicate and cute. The young lady silently followed beside Hong Yu, and her eyes were filled with gentleness. However, Hong Yu frowned and suddenly stopped in his tracks. "What's wrong? Junior brother Hong, why did you suddenly stop?" The young lady asked curiously. "Senior Sister Wang, there's a problem in front," Hong Yu said in a deep voice. Hearing that, the young lady frowned and her expression became extremely serious. She knew Hong Yu's strength. Therefore, if he said that there's a problem, there must be a problem. In front, the demonic vine man who was hiding in the darkness looked anxious. Damn it, why did he stop? Did he discover it? Impossible. My demonic vine territory is very harmonious with this forest. Even personal disciples can't discover it. Indeed, even the top prodigies of the 3 major sects like Dan Feng could not easily see through his demonic vine territory. However, at this moment, the appearance of the 2 people in front was obviously a little strange. Insignificant skill. You want to ambush me? You're courting death. In front, Hong Yu snorted coldly, then his eyes turned. Suddenly, a faint golden light appeared in his eyes, and mysterious Tao inscriptions appeared. Buzz! A wisp of faint golden light swept forward. Suddenly, the void trembled. In front, the demonic vine territory that was hidden in the dark instantly revealed itself. There's indeed an ambush. The young lady next to him had a grave expression. In the distance, The demonic vine man was even more shocked. He didn't expect that the other party could discover his existence. This was simply too shocking. However, when he saw the other party's golden eyes, his face immediately turned grave. Damn it, it's actually an eye technique. What kind of eye technique is this? It's so terrifying, to be able to see through my territory so easily. The demonic vine man gritted his teeth and revealed his figure. Since he was discovered by the other party, then there was no need for him to hide. Moreover, he believed that even if the other party's eye technique was powerful in front of true strength, he would completely defeat the other party. Now, half of the time for the first stage had passed, and he didn't have much time left. It wasn't easy to encounter a personal disciple, so he wouldn't give up easily. Oh no, it's actually him. When the young lady in blue saw the demonic vine man, her expression changed drastically, and a hint of paleness appeared on her delicate little face. Who is he? Hongyu asked. He had indeed just become a personal disciple, so he didn't know much about the other sections. Purple Sun Sect's personal disciple, Su Ziting, ranked 6th in Purple Sun Sect. Junior Brother Hong, fortunately you have an eye technique and can see through his tracks. Otherwise, if we were to fall into his demonic vine territory, I'm afraid we would be assassinated, the young lady in blue said in a deep voice. Demonic vine territory? Su Ziting? Hong Yu narrowed his eyes, releasing a faint golden light. Then the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. A guy who only knows how to assassinate, I don't think he's that strong. You're courting death. On the opposite side, Su Ziting was furious. As a veteran personal disciple, he had never been looked down upon like this. Therefore, he said in a cold voice, Kid, the two of you obediently hand over your storage rings, and I can spare your lives. Chapter 1654. He indeed had such confidence. This was because the blue-clothed girl in front of him was not a direct disciple. The 15 or 16-year-old boy was just a new direct disciple. The two of them together were no match for him. The girl in blue's expression changed. He did not rob them of their jade pendants, but of their storage rings. This reminded her of a recent legend. Could it be that you are the mysterious Demon King madman? The girl in blue frowned. She had heard that there was a Demon King madman who specialized in robbing people of their storage rings. She did not expect to meet him. Humph, what nonsense are you talking about? I am not a Demon King madman. Su Ziting quickly denied. Although he wanted to rob others, he did not dare to use the name of the Demon King madman. This was because the Demon King madman had attacked the disciples of the 3 sects, and it was a large-scale attack. I am afraid that the disciples of the 3 sects want to kill him now. If he admitted that he was the Demon King madman now, those martial artists would not let him go. Therefore, no matter how arrogant he was, he did not dare to admit it. You are not. The girl in blue was stunned. She did not expect him to shake his head so decisively. On the other hand, Hong Yu sneered, Senior sister, of course he is not. I think he was robbed by the Demon King madman and lost his storage ring. That is why he wants to attack us. I said it, didn't I? I did not expect the direct disciples of the Purple Sun sect to be so useless. You are courting death. Su Ziting was furious when he heard the other party's ridicule. This was originally his sore spot, and he did not expect it to be exposed at this moment. With a roar, he activated the Devil Vine domain and quickly attacked Hongyu and the girl. In the sky, Su Ziting controlled the Devil Vine domain and appeared in the void. In an instant, it enveloped Hongyu and the girl in blue. In an instant, countless demonic vines in the surroundings started to roll rapidly, forming numerous sharp attacks that shot towards the two of them. As a direct disciple of the Purple Sun sect, Su Ziting's strength was very terrifying. This strike had an extremely shocking momentum. Humph! Hong Yu snorted, and a golden light burst out from his eyes. He grasped the red spear with both hands and quickly thrust it forward. Every strike was like a blood-red bolt of lightning that streaked across the void. Every spear strike successfully pierced through a patch of demonic vines. In an instant, the sky was filled with red spear lights. It was like 10,000 bolts of lightning, extremely dazzling. As for the surrounding demonic tendrils, they simply couldn't get close. No matter how sharp they were all shattered by the red spear light. On the other side, the woman in blue also unleashed a blue king's domain. Suddenly, an endless amount of seawater appeared behind her, forming a powerful defense. What? How is that possible? Su Ziding's expression was gloomy because Hong Yu's spear technique was too shocking. His opponent's every attack landed on the weak points of his attacks. It could be said that he had used the easiest method to break through his attack. This was too shocking. As a 5-star king, he was extremely powerful, and it was rare for him to meet a match within the same cultivation level. But now his opponent was able to easily break through his attack. Even the Red Phoenix, Ding Peng, and the rest of the 3 great prodigies did not have this kind of ability. Damn it, it's his eye technique. Su Ziding gritted his teeth. He realized that Hong Yu's eyes were emitting a faint golden light. There were mysterious runes shining around them. Obviously, this was a powerful eye technique that he did not know about. It was also this eye technique that saw through his attack. Eye technique? Then I'll make you unable to see it. Demonic vine flower. Su Ziding roared. Immediately, the surrounding demonic vines rolled and intertwined with each other. Then, on the huge branch, a beautiful flower quickly bloomed. The flower was very small, but it quickly grew bigger. It was like a huge red mountain that appeared in the void. It had 5 petals, each of which was bright red and glistening. At this moment, a red mist bloomed from those petals. It was highly toxic and quickly covered the entire domain. Not good, Junior Brother Hong. Be careful. The woman in blue exclaimed and quickly activated her ocean domain. Immediately, merciless seawater gushed out and surrounded her. Sizzle! Sizzle! When the red poisonous gas touched the seawater, it emitted the sound of ice melting. The seawater around the woman in blue also rapidly decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was nothing that could be done about it. That blue-clothed woman was not a direct disciple. Compared to Su Ziding, she was much weaker. Therefore, she could not hold on at all. Fortunately, Hong Yu was there. He stabbed out with his spear and pierced through the red poisonous gas, forming a huge black hole. At the same time, he used his king's domain to envelop the woman in blue. A faint golden king's domain appeared. It fought against the red mist. However, the red mist grew more and more. In the end, it filled the entire space. For a moment, no one could see anything with the naked eye. Only the sound of merciless collisions could be heard. "Ha ha! Kid, let's see how you're going to fight this time." In the distance, Su Ziding laughed arrogantly. Then he waved his arm, and countless demonic vines quickly attacked. They were like green divine swords that were extremely sharp. "Humph, how ignorant. Do you think my eye technique is that simple?" Hong Yu sneered disdainfully. The faint golden light in his eyes became stronger. The golden light spun quickly and formed a golden tadpole. At the same time, an incomparably mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. Then, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Hong Yu's mouth. He clenched the long spear in his hand and stabbed it out. The long spear was like a dragon. It instantly pierced through the void and directly shattered the red demonic flower in the sky. Bang! The red demonic flower was shattered into pieces, and the surrounding red poisonous gas also quickly disappeared in an instant. Not only that, the Golden King's domain released countless rays of light that were like golden sharp swords. They slashed in all directions and quickly destroyed Su Ziding's attack. What? I can still see it. Damn it, what kind of eye technique is this? Su Ziding was shocked. He did not expect his opponent's eyes to be so strange. One had to know that the red poisonous gas was not an ordinary poisonous gas. It had a mysterious power that even soul power could not detect. However, his opponent's eyes could clearly capture his position, which made him feel incredulous. Especially when he made contact with his opponent's eyes. He felt his soul shake as if it was about to be sucked in. This made him even more terrified. Damn it, what a strange kid. Su Zeding was going crazy. He had just lost to a mysterious madman, and now he could not even defeat a 15-year-old boy. Chapter 1655. Su Zeding was driven mad in his heart. He had just been defeated at the hands of a mysterious madman. Now he could not even beat a 15 or 16-year-old youth. This made him unable to bear it. However, those golden eyes were simply too terrifying. It made his heart palpitate with fear. If they continued fighting, he might be defeated. Therefore, he did not dare to fight at all. Waving his hand, the devil vine domain rapidly shrank, enveloping him in the end. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Su Zeding's shoes carried the devil vine domain, turning into a green light, instantly rushing into the distance. Humph! Consider yourself fast. Hong, you also snorted coldly, withdrawing the golden domain. At the same time, the mysterious runes in his eyes also gradually disappeared. On the other side, the girl in blue completely heaved a sigh of relief. Actually, she was very surprised. Although she knew that Hong Yu had special ocular arts, she did not expect that he could defeat the other party so easily. After all, the other party was the Purple Sun sect, ranked 6th personal disciple, his strength incomparably terrifying. Therefore, this made her feel like she was dreaming. While on the other side, Lin Xian was on the road again. This time, he robbed a few personal disciples again, obtaining rich battle results. However, it caused a terrifying sensation. For a moment, the news of personal disciples being robbed rapidly spread in the forest. After everyone learned about it, they were extremely shocked. It can't be, right? Even personal disciples were robbed? Damn it, how is this possible? Who in the world is it to actually be so terrifying? Personal disciples are all 5-star kings, right? Who in the world is it to be so powerful? Don't know. I heard that that person did not just make a move against one sect. The personal disciples of the 3 great sects were all robbed. Damn! Who in the world is it? Too fierce. Really want to meet him. No matter who it is, he's dead for sure this time. Indeed, right now, the personal disciples of the 3 great sects are all on the move, frantically searching for that person. Not just personal disciples. I heard that Dan Feng, Ding Peng, and Xiao Cheng, the 3 great geniuses, are also on the move. What? Even those 3 people are on the move too. Everyone was shocked, discussing animatedly. No choice, this matter was seriously too shocking. They never thought that a powerhouse would actually appear out of nowhere, making a move against the genius disciples of the 3 great sections. This was an attempt to humiliate the 3 great sects. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause the 3 great sects to lose face. Those personal disciples were indeed on the move. They were frantically searching for the entire New Forest. Even Dan Feng and the other 2 were searching for him. However, none of them managed to find it. Lin Xian hid his identity when he took action, so no one knew that it was Lin Xian who did it. Furthermore, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely powerful. He was able to evade everyone's probing, and he was able to specifically target personal disciples who were alone. There's a duo? In the forest, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Seeing that there were only 2 people around, he prepared to make his move. His entire body was like a shooting star, rushing forward at high speed. His incredible speed tore through the void as he charged forward with unparalleled power. The 2 warriors in front suddenly stopped, turned around, and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Courting death." However, what answered them was a violent fist. Annihilation Black Dragon Fist. An incomparably pitch-black enormous fist was like a flood dragon. It was brilliant and overbearing as it quickly blasted forward. Boom! Quickly retreat! Among them, the white-clothed woman's figure was like lightning as she quickly retreated into the distance. As for the other person, he stood in place and did not move at all. After one strike, the ground caved in and wounds were everywhere. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows because he discovered that the black-robed man did not receive any injuries at all. Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the other party, curiously. It was a black-robed youth. His face was handsome, but his eyes carried a trace of coldness. In the distance was a white-clothed woman with a beautiful face. They were the mysterious brother and sister duo. Who are you? You actually dare to attack us, brother and sister? The black-robed man's voice was ice-cold as he looked at Lin Xian. At the side, the white-clothed woman also sized up curiously. She didn't expect that someone would actually have the guts to attack the brother and sister duo. One had to know that their king's domain was very special. Other than Ding Peng and the other two geniuses, the other direct disciples did not dare to fight with them. But now, someone actually dared to attack them. It was really surprising. Are you very famous? Lin Xian was puzzled. Then he said indifferently, hand over your storage rings, and I'll let you leave safely. What? Hand over our storage rings? The brother and sister duo were stunned, then laughed wildly. You're the Demon King madman that's been rumored recently, right? I didn't expect that you would dare to attack us. We were just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come. Kid, you're very arrogant. How dare you rob the disciples of the Purple Sun sect? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Purple Sun sect. The mysterious brother and sister duo laughed coldly. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The azure dragon mask on his face flashed with a cold light. I advise you not to be arrogant. The direct disciples that I met before were as arrogant as you, but in the end they all lost. So you should obediently hand over your storage rings. That way, you can avoid some physical pain. Kid, you're too arrogant. We're different from those direct disciples. What's the difference? Lin Xian did not think much of it. You dare to look down on us? You're asking for death. The lady in white also snorted coldly, her eyes filled with killing intent. The black-robed man was even more arrogant. Kid, today I'll end you. As he spoke, the black-robed man's body emitted a terrifying aura. Like a demon king, he looked down on everyone. In the next moment, he charged towards Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Purple Sun Fist! The black-robed man roared. Terrifying energy surged in his body, and a purple fist quickly punched out. Instantly, purple light covered the sky and attacked like a tsunami. The void was like a painting, constantly shaking as if it would crack open at any time. The purple fist was like a purple sun, extremely dazzling and terrifying. Good timing! Lin Xian roared. Black Dragon Fist of the Apocalypse. He was currently practicing the Black Dragon Fist of the Apocalypse. Naturally, he was not afraid of fighting. Moreover, the stronger his opponent was, the happier he would be. He waved his fists, and the sky was filled with flashing black fist shadows. They formed a divine light and intertwined with the shadow of a black dragon, quickly rushing forward. Boom! The two collided and a huge explosion occurred. Chapter 1656. However, the black-robed man was very strange. His body seemed to have turned into nothingness as he passed through the violent energy and charged towards Lin Xian. What's going on? Lin Xian was surprised when he saw the black-robed man appear beside him in an instant. However, he still threw out a punch subconsciously. Boom! This punch was very violent. If it landed on the black-robed man, even a 5-star king would not be able to withstand it. However, the black-robed man was not affected at all. In fact, Lin Xian felt as if his punch had landed on air. The black-robed man's body was completely illusory. An afterimage? Lin Xian frowned. However, the black-robed man revealed a sinister look. He raised his palm again and threw out another punch. Suddenly the void trembled. The purple fist was like a purple sun. It was filled with intense energy as it blasted towards Lin Xian. It's not an afterimage. Lin Xian was shocked. His pupils constricted. If it was an afterimage, it would not have been possible to attack. Moreover, the black-robed man's fist was too powerful. He could only quickly put up a defense. Azure Dragon Divine Shield. Behind him, the dragon's sword realm shone brightly. Countless sword chi intertwined and formed a huge azure dragon shield in front of him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. A terrifying shockwave exploded. This punch directly pushed Lin Xian back. However, the azure dragon divine shield was extremely powerful. It absorbed most of the power, so Lin Xian did not suffer any injuries. However, the black-robed man charged towards him again. Lin Xian used the Armageddon Black Dragon fist to fight with him. However, no matter how terrifying his fist was, it did not cause any damage to the black-robed man's body. The black-robed man seemed to be illusory and transparent. It's useless. You can't hit me at all. The black-robed man laughed maniacally. He waved his fists and pushed Lin Xian back again. Brat, it's useless no matter how strong you are. In front of us siblings, you can only lose. You want to rob us siblings with your little strength? You two are ridiculous. Today is the day you die. The woman in white also laughed and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. She pulled out a thin red sword and quickly slashed forward. The red sword light soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire void shook as the resplendent sword light soared into the sky. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brandished his fists and unleashed two black dragons, which quickly rushed out to resist the red sword chi that filled the sky. However, something strange happened again. The white-clothed woman was also extremely strange. His body suddenly became transparent, as if he were air. He ignored the black dragon's attack and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Her entire body and the long sword in her hand turned into a dazzling bolt of lightning, quickly thrusting over. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The long sword vibrated, and streaks of red sword light turned into terrifying sharp blades, ruthlessly chopping towards Lin Xian. It's the same situation again. Lin Xian frowned and his face darkened. He unleashed a vast expanse of fist shadows towards his opponent. At the same time, his body swayed as he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps to dodge the sword chi that filled the sky. It's useless. The white-clothed woman sneered disdainfully, not caring at all. As expected, those violent fists did not cause any harm to her. Damn it, what's going on? Lin Xian's face darkened. He realized that this pair of brother and sister were too strange. You can't escape. On the opposite side, the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman had no intention of stopping and quickly charged forward. The two of them carried terrifying attacks as they fought Lin Xian. The battle erupted, but the siblings' bodies turned illusory from time to time, and they were not attacked at all. On the other hand, Lin Xian was under increasing pressure. Boom! Another earth-shattering collision occurred. The mysterious siblings dodged the attack, but Lin Xian was the one who was pushed back 1,000 meters. Kid, if this is all you have, then you can die. The black-clothed man snorted disdainfully. The white-clothed woman also laughed coquettishly. Demon King Madman? You're nothing in front of us siblings. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He realized that the other party was too strange, so he used his martial path heavenly eye to see everything clearly. Buzz! Lin Xian's eyes became incomparably deep, and mysterious runes flickered at the same time. Then he pointed out a finger. Void, shattering finger. Like an azure dragon, it instantly pierced through the black-clothed man. However, it did not cause any effect. It's useless. You don't have to struggle anymore. Your attacks can't hurt us at all. The black-clothed man did not dodge at all. He shook his head and sneered. Lin Xian acted as if he did not hear it. He continued to attack the black-clothed man and the white-clothed woman. At the same time, the martial path heavenly eye in his eyes burst out a dazzling light. Gradually, he found a clue. There was an energy connection between the two of them. He realized that when the black-clothed man's body turned transparent and dodged the attack, the white-clothed woman could not do the same. Therefore, the white-clothed woman could only dodge. And when the white-clothed woman ignored the attack, the black-clothed man dodged. In other words, the two of them could not ignore the attack at the same time. Upon realizing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a sneer. He did not know how the other party did it, but since he found a flaw, the other party was not invincible. At this time, the black-clothed man in front of him said coldly, "All right, kid, the game is over. Now you can go to hell obediently." I wonder if the disciples of the three sects will be grateful to us for killing a demon king like you? The white-clothed woman released a murderous aura. She held a red, thin sword in her hand and walked forward step by step. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and said, "The two of you are just SOSO. Watch how I break your cultivation techniques now." "What? Just SOSO?" The mysterious siblings were stunned, then sneered disdainfully. "Kid, I think water has entered your brain. What an idiot. Even now, you still think you can hurt us?" The two of them snorted disdainfully because no one had ever been able to break their techniques. "Since you are so stubborn, I'll send you to hell. Purple sun splits the sky." The black-clothed man snorted coldly. A purple sun quickly appeared in his palm, releasing a dazzling light. Then he quickly charged toward Lin Xian. On the other side, the white-clothed woman also shouted, "Sword slashes the mountains and rivers." Streaks of red sword chi flew out like flying meteors, carrying a powerful force. The two killer moves quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian also let out a long roar and circulated the power in his body to the maximum. He opened his fists wide, and his entire person was like a god of war, unstoppable. Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. A terrifying fist technique appeared. His fist swung, completely shattering the void. The black fist was like a black dragon and as heavy as a mountain. It violently collided with the two killer moves. Clang! The energy explosion swept in all directions. Chapter 16, 57. Heavenly Dragons, 8 Steps. In the next moment, a golden Tao pattern appeared under Lin Xian's feet. His speed was extremely fast, and he dodged the attacks of the two people in an instant. He charged towards the two people at the same time. The black fist was crystal clear as it charged towards the woman in white. "It's useless." The woman in white sneered as her body instantly turned transparent. However, at this moment, the black-robed man beside her let out a furious roar. That was because he realized that Lin Xian was also attacking him at the same time. The black fist had already arrived in front of her. Damn it! How is this possible? The black-robed man was shocked. Wasn't the other party attacking his sister? How could he be in front of him? That fist was too terrifying. It carried an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, causing him to feel pain all over his body. If he was hit by that fist, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Therefore, without thinking, his body immediately turned transparent. Whoosh! The terrifying fist passed through the black-robed man's body and hit the void. Immediately, the black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he dodged the fist at the critical moment. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely ugly, because not far away, the woman in white let out a scream and fell down like a meteor. Boom! The woman in white was like a kite with a broken string. Her entire body was extremely pale as she spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At the last moment, she was hit by Lin Xian's black dragon fist and was severely injured. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man was shocked and could not believe it. Wasn't the other party attacking him? Why is the woman in white injured? No. Damn it. I don't believe it. The black-robed man went crazy. His body swayed, and he arrived beside the woman in white. Sister, are you all right? The black-robed man quickly took out some pills and healed the woman in white. At the same time, he quickly asked, "What's going on? Why are you injured?" "He was clearly attacking me." "No, he was attacking me," the woman in white said weakly. Her eyes were filled with shock. Originally, she could have dodged the punch. However, at the last moment, the black-robed man's body turned into nothingness, causing her to be completely exposed to the black dragon fist. Therefore, she was severely injured. Hearing the woman in white's words, the black-robed man's face turned ugly. What? We were both attacked? Damn it, that's impossible. How did he do it? They really couldn't understand how the other party had managed to injure them. The siblings' domains were very special. They were able to switch between illusory and corporeal with each other, which was why they were able to avoid attacks. However, between the siblings, only one of them could immaterialize at a time. The two of them couldn't do it at the same time. This was their only flaw. However, no one noticed this flaw. Even if someone did, they wouldn't be able to counterattack. This was because the brother and sister were both personal disciples, and their cultivations were both 5-star kings. Their strength was horrifying, and their speed was even faster. They could switch between illusion and reality with just a thought. No matter how fast people of the same level were, they would not be able to catch up to their speed. Only Ding Peng and the other 2 geniuses could defeat them. Other than that, even if the other personal disciples discovered an opening, they would not be able to launch a counterattack in terms of speed. And now, this mysterious young man had done it. They couldn't believe it. They even suspected that the mysterious man in front of them might be one of the 3 geniuses of Ding Peng. Damn it, who the hell are you? How can you be so fast? The white-robed woman gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Don't think that only the 3 geniuses have such speed. Don't be arrogant. I will never let you off. The black-robed man also gritted his teeth and roared. The brother and sister had always been arrogant. Other than the 3 geniuses, they didn't care about anyone else. But now they were actually injured by a nameless person. This was intolerable to them. Therefore, they had to kill this kid in front of them to vent the hatred in their hearts. On the other side, the white-robed woman also took out a red pill and quickly swallowed it. Her injuries immediately healed by more than half. It was obvious that this was an extremely precious healing medicine. Kid, how dare you injure me? Today, I will make you pay a painful price. The white-robed woman's face was pale, and her voice was filled with dense killing intent. The black-robed man said, Sister, let's put some distance between us. I don't believe that this kid can be faster than us. The white-robed woman also nodded. Then a light flashed behind them, and a huge territory quickly surged out, enveloping the entire space. This territory was very special. It was actually transparent. It directly blended into the void, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect anything unusual. This time, the 2 of them changed their strategy. The black-robed man attacked, while the white-robed woman attacked from afar. The 2 of them joined forces and attacked Lin Xian. The black-robed man roared and attacked first. His palms quickly formed a seal, and an extremely dazzling light appeared in the sky. Purple sun splits the sky. A purple sun appeared, flickering with purple light. Then it jumped out of the black-robed man's palm. In the blink of an eye, it quickly expanded and floated in the sky. It was like a real sun, with flames soaring into the sky and mighty divine power. Kill! The black-robed man roared angrily and pushed the large purple sun downward. Boom, boom, boom. The purple sun swayed, making tsunami-like sounds. It shook the void, and the surrounding mountains and earth quickly cracked open. In an instant, the purple sun arrived in front of Lin Xian and pressed down hard. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. Lin Xian roared. His black hair fluttered, and his body was incomparably fierce. What he used was still the incomparably violent, apocalyptic black dragon fist. Boom! Both of his fists were like dragons, slamming into the purple sun. Suddenly, an earth-shattering vibration was heard, like a sharp sword tearing through the sky. Black cracks started to appear in the void due to this power. This punch was too terrifying. It carried an incomparably violent aura, and it directly shattered the purple sun into pieces. What? How is this possible? The black-robed man who wanted to attack was shocked when he saw the scene. This was too unexpected. His attack had actually been directly shattered by someone. This was probably something only Ding Peng and the other two prodigies could do. Could it be that this is really one of them? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's over. As he spoke, the violent and destructive aura on his body skyrocketed again. He was like an angry dragon roaring in the sky. Thunderbolt dragon. With a roar, countless violent auras suddenly surged out, condensing into two huge black dragons that circled in the sky. Not only that, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and dozens of black lightning bolts fell. Chapter 1658. Not only that, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and dozens of black lightning bolts descended. Then, one of the black dragons charged towards the black-robed man. Illusory transformation. The black-robed man's pupils constricted as he roared. The power was too great, and he could not withstand it at all. He could only use his ultimate skill to turn his body into an illusory state to dodge the attack. Anyway, his sister had already retreated to a safe distance. He would definitely not let something like the last time happen again. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Then his body swayed. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. With one step, Lin Xian's entire body turned into lightning, and he was extremely fast. Not only that, he also carried another black dragon and endless black lightning, and quickly rushed towards the woman in white. Almost instantly, he rushed in front of the woman in white. Immediately, the black dragon and black lightning all landed on the woman in white. What? Seeing this scene, the black-robed man's expression changed drastically. Damn it! He roared and gave up on turning his body into an illusory state, giving the opportunity to the woman in white. Boom! In the next moment, the 2 black dragons exploded, and 2 huge black holes appeared in the sky, quickly spreading in all directions. This scene was extremely terrifying, and all the martial artists in the forest felt it. For a moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. When they saw the 2 pitch-black black holes, they were immediately shocked. What a terrifying energy storm! Who's doing it? Judging from the aura, it's at least a direct disciple, and it's in the top 5. Why do I feel like it's Ding Peng and the other 2 prodigies? Exclamations sounded one after another. Obviously, the 2 black holes terrified everyone. Let's go and take a look. Many people moved. Among them, there was no lack of direct disciples. In the forest, Ding Peng, Xiaocheng, and Danfeng also raised their heads and looked at the sky. They immediately frowned. The 3 of them snorted coldly and also moved, flying in the direction of the black holes. For a moment, countless rays of light lit up the sky, and all of them flew in the same direction. Soon, they all arrived near the black holes. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. They were all dumbstruck and could not believe it. Not only that, their hearts were beating wildly, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. The reason for that was because two enormous craters had appeared before them. Within each crater lay a figure. This kind of scene was not unfamiliar to him. After all, it would appear after every battle. However, what shocked them were the two figures below. But aren't they Huanling and Huanling from the Purple Sun sect? That's right. They are ranked in the top 3 among the direct disciples. How could he have been injured? Could it be that Ding Peng and the other 2 geniuses have made their move? It can't be. Normally, people of this level wouldn't go all out in the first round. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. As for the personal disciples in the crowd, their expressions were even more serious. They were well aware of the strength and means of the phantom siblings. The kind of divine ability that could switch between real and false gave the majority of personal disciples an incomparable headache. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to fight with them. But now, Huanling and Huanling were actually seriously injured. This was really unbelievable. Who on earth is it? How could they have such means? Could it be that the 3 heavens' favorites have made their moves? Everyone was extremely puzzled. However, at this time, someone cried out in surprise. Look, Ding Peng and the rest of the 3 heavens' favorites have arrived. Sure enough, the void fluctuated. 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. It was precisely Ding Peng, Xiao Cheng, and Dan Feng, 3 people. The moment these 3 people appeared, they also furrowed their brows, because the scene before their eyes made them similarly shocked. You guys made a move? The 3 people asked each other, but the next moment, the 3 people shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were even more stunned. Looks like it was not the 3 heavens' favorites who made a move. Then who on earth possessed such heaven-defying divine ability? To be able to defeat the phantom siblings? Ding Peng asked in a solemn voice, "Who injured you guys?" "It's that Demon King. Below," the black-robed man said with difficulty. Until now, a hint of deep horror surfaced in his eyes. That scene previously was seriously too shocking. He and his sister were both attacked. This made him unable to believe it. However, what made him feel at ease was that the other party did not deal a killing blow to the 2 of them. They only injured the 2 of them and took away their storage rings. However, these words were akin to a clap of thunder in the ears of the surrounding martial artists, exploding with a loud bang. Demon King? What? It's that Demon King again. Damn it, he actually made a move again. Who the hell is that person? He's too strong. He can even defeat the phantom siblings? Could it be that his strength is no weaker than the 3 heavens' favorites? For a moment, everyone's scalp went numb, and they were even terrified. Because when they thought that there was a powerful Demon King hidden in the Hidden Moon Forest, they even had the urge to escape. At this time, Dan Feng also asked in a solemn voice, "Who is that Demon King? Do you know?" "I don't know. That person is wearing a black robe and an azure dragon mask on his face, blocking all detection. We don't know who he is at all." The woman in white also gritted her teeth and said, "The brother and sister were seriously injured." At this moment, they were swallowing medicinal pills to heal their injuries while answering Dan Feng's question. "Does that person have any form or characteristics, such as cultivation method or something?" Ding Peng asked again. At the same time, he took out 2 healing pills from his storage ring and threw them to the phantom siblings in front of him. "Thank you, Senior Brother Ding." The phantom siblings took the medicinal pills, quickly swallowed them, and then said, "Although we don't know the identity of that person, he seems to have used a very violent fist technique. That fist technique is very easy to recognize. It has a violent and destructive aura when used. Not only that, between the fist shadows there are also black dragon shadows. It should be a very profound fist technique." The woman in white also quickly said. At this moment, the personal disciples who had been robbed earlier also echoed in agreement. "That's right. It's that kind of fist technique. It's too violent, as if it can destroy everything." Yes, he also has a unique skill. That is, he can instantly shoot out 2 black dragons, and there are also black lightning descending. It's very terrifying. A message came out one after another, and the surrounding people were shocked. They now vowed that as long as they encountered such a person in the forest, they would immediately turn around and leave. They absolutely did not dare to meet him. Meanwhile, Ding Peng, Xiao Cheng, and Dan Feng were frowning too. Since Ling Su and his sister had also lost, they were afraid that the other personal disciples were not that person's opponent. Perhaps only the 3 of them could defeat him.